Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. A stillness so perfect it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
All right, we live. We live with our new Tuesday evening, our Tuesday at 8:00 show, our new podcast. Yeah, our new podcast, and we will be podding. We'll be podding. How do you guys feel about that? A podcast. Talk to me, family. So that we can project our reach beyond the confines of YouTube. The end of May, but the year just getting started. I don't know what that means. So does that mean you think it's a good idea? Yeah. Don't you go missing after 2 shows. That's the yeah. Yeah, we're going to get to the book. You know, we got to go back. We got to go back. Shout out Ireland in the building. We international. I want y'all to think about this. I'm trying to formulate it in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Go back to the Kemetic meteorology book. That's where we got to go. We got to start our discussion there. A lot has went on and I'm not sure everybody's hip and up to date with us. Of course, Drake, the Iceman has, right? So I have some Drake Iceman talk. Which I think is very interesting for tonight. I want to talk about the books, of course. But I want to start the conversation before we get into all of the new books, right? Because Kev is making it a point to let everybody know that he's leading the pack right now in terms of keeping the study going, keeping the movement moving, right? That's what he's doing. He's letting everybody know that he's keeping the movement moving right now, right? He's on volume 20. He's up to date, right? That is the most up-to-date book release, volume 20. I don't even have volume 20. I think the last one I got, these are the books that we're talking about, right? These are the books that we're talking about. I think the last one I got is 17. Yeah, I think the last one I got is 17. Yeah. Yeah, 17. That's the last one I got. This is 17. You seen that prediction? Think about that prediction right there, and then think about the Knicks. See that? This year so far, the predictions is crazy. Yeah, too many books. Let me pull this down. But yeah, this year so far, it's been crazy. Some of y'all hit me up about Chud the Builder, right? I guess the rest of y'all didn't notice. The rest of y'all must have not have noticed. So that's what we should do before we get into any music or the science in the books. We're going to go back to the Kemetic Meteorology book. Remember, you should know, you should still be fresh off of reading the book or studying the book. But if you didn't get the book and you need to go get that book and catch up. But one of the things that we focused on in that book was the Kemetic system of understanding the environment in terms of creating predictive models, right? Predictive modeling. And I was talking about people knowing ahead of time and certain things is going to happen based on patterns and cycles and blah, 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 blah. Right. So obviously one of those things is Iceman. Right? Iceman. It's not a coincidence. Now listen, if you, for the rest of this video, I may have to say this a few times, but if you believe in coincidence, all power to you. I don't believe in coincidence. So when there's a major dynamic shift in consciousness that comes with a once in a lifetime snowstorm, and I'm telling y'all that people have used predictive modeling to prepare and set up in advance to do things in according with this pattern, and the largest artist in the world drops a Iceman album at that moment, that been planning for years. That's just an example of what I'm saying. But with Chud the Builder, right? With Chud the Builder, remember I put the song up and I had the explosives and all that. Like I didn't go too crazy on the song, but I predicted what was going to happen, you know, not in detail, you know what I'm saying? But I predicted 3 or 4 days before the situation happened, I was able to, you know, we put the song up. And matter of fact, let me pull the song up real quick. Let me pull the song up real quick so I can show y'all what I'm saying.
Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what I'm supposed to do. Good, good thing I have my grocery shopping list. Don't leave home without it.
Take that! Back off, you wooden freaks! Not today!
Killing niggas. Killing niggas.
You wanna rob me? Bring it. Yeah! Too slow! Last one! Drink for you, brother. All grass fed.
Thanks, man. Smells great.
And a lemonade for you, sir?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Big bro, she was in there, big bro.
I've been to. I swear I've been to.
This shit, boy, this here, this game, oh God.
Hey, he said, he slipped down. You know it's crazy. Oh my mother, he do it for content game. He came.
I know, but it's cool, because guess what?
Look,
I see he can't treat nobody like him.
Look, oh my, look.
He ain't treating nobody like him.
He came in the store. He was cool as hell. No. He was cool as hell. And he came out the bathroom without look. I said, bro, I know you don't. He said you want to Chris. I said, bro, I got some of the Chris with you. I said, I know you do. Because he wasn't even like that. Until the slappers. You and I were.
What are you doing? Why are you still holding back? Have you forgotten what they said to us? What they did, fight or be forgotten?
Killing niggas. Killing niggas. Killing niggas. Killing niggas. Killing niggas. Killing niggas. Killing niggas.
We march against self-harm.
Killing niggas. Killing niggas.
Heal the mind, heal the hood.
Cause less sickness costs more. Discipline cause less sickness costs more. Eat right, breathe deep. Open that door. Discipline costs less. Sickness costs more. Reach mind, clean body, all black velour. Fresh fit, clear skin, feet on the floor. Fresh fit, clear skin, feet on the floor. Fresh fit, clear skin, feet on the floor. Discipline costs less. Sickness costs more. Discipline costs less. The savage life, packed with ice. Killing niggas, here's bringing them back to life. Stay wet, working tools. Chub, build your poison stomach. Can't think clear if the bloodstream flooded. Can't talk wealth if your organs failing. Can't lead people if your mind stay crumbling. Rich skin, richer life. Wet skin, richer life. Everything clean when you living right. Rich skin, richer life. They so convenience and call it living. Sold you sugar, why you're so diminished? Now depression high, attention gone. Everybody medicated, nobody driven. Rich skin, richer life. Wet skin, richer life. Everything clean when you living right. Rich skin, richer. But what if the hood got healthy together? Started reading more and breathing better. Started walking proud, skin glowing, gold young men, discipline, minds control. Rich skin, richer life. Rich, everything clean when you living right. Rich skin, that's the fear. Violence and rage, the fear is focus. At a mass scale stage, the fear is people healing without permission, without dependence, without submission. Healthy and rich, healthy and rich. Healthy and rich, healthy and rich. Fresh out the hood, now we wealthy.
We march against self-harm.
Healthy and
Heal the mind, heal the hood.
Discipline causeless. Sickness causes more. Eat right, breathe deep. Open that door. Discipline causeless. Sickness causes more. Rich mind, clean body, all black below. Fresh fit, clear skin.
We march against self-harm.
Discipline causeless.
Heal the mind, heal the hood.
I find.
You gotta put it down. I'm like, yeah. I just got a guy chipping out on me right here at the gas station.
I want to go down, but I'm not going to tell you too.
I mean, it's whatever. These guys might shoot me before you get there. That's what I'm saying. You know how these
Killing niggas. Killing niggas.
turn lane.
Killing niggas.
I'm checking out.
I'm right here at the 7-Eleven. I got other people.
I don't get it.
Yeah, because there's a spectacle happening. There's a guy filming, and they know who I am. I'm a famous person.
Killing niggas.
That's why the other guy. That's why the other guy smacked my phone out of my head. I would like to file a police report.
Killing niggas.
There's literally a mustache right here.
Tell them the truth.
All right, what are you tripping out about?
Killing niggas.
Bro, I don't get offended about getting by the children.
Killing
But
niggas.
it's like the stuff you do is kind of like cowardice, bro.
What's cowardice about it? I'm in your face calling you.
Killing niggas.
That doesn't offend me
Yeah,
because you can't treat me like one.
Yeah, well,
You're like Dick Harry and I am. So it can go either way.
Killing niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you got it's even.
And we're all in America. And we're all even.
I'm not offended though.
I can tell us living. Shut my hand.
I will.
We're real men.
Yeah.
That's what we want. We want people to act like real men.
We have to realize how far that's to take it because of course if this goes down, who you think is gonna win?
It's one game down.
Killing
If
niggas.
anything was to go down, who you think will win? Versus
What's
you?
going down? What does that mean?
If anything was to happen,
You're being a
whose side is the word gonna
Right
be?
now.
Killing niggas. Killing niggas.
What are you doing? Why are you still holding back? Have you forgotten what they said to us? What they did? Fight or be forgotten!
Killing niggas, here is bringing them back to life.
Killing niggas. Killing niggas. Killing niggas.
Killing niggas, killing niggas, killing niggas, killing niggas, killing niggas, killing niggas, healthy and rich, healthy and rich, healthy and rich, healthy and rich, healthy and rich. Fresh out the hood, now we wealthy and fit. Healthy and rich, healthy and rich, healthy and rich. Discipline costs less, sickness costs more. This discipline costs less, sickness.
So anyway, before I give anybody the impression that we get ready to have a radio station night, you get what I'm saying, right? That's just another example of being able to spot something in advance. You know what I'm saying? Being able to spot something in advance. Where all of the songs is at. That, Kyle, that is a very good question. Oh man, that's a very good question, sir. That is a very good question. I see inquiring minds want to know, like, what happened to all the music? What happened to all the music? Listen, we're going to get to what happened to all the music, but I want to have these conversations. You know what I'm saying? I missed y'all for a long time, right? I missed y'all for a long time. You know, Drake has, you know, Iceman, and then he came with the Iceman, right? As, you know, the comedic meteorology book. Like, that was crazy. I'm like, yo, this is going to be an avalanche right here. So it's just like, we dropped the comedic meteorology book, right? Anybody into the pop culture space, obviously, you know, Drake was planning the Iceman thing for at least a year or more, right? Which is what I said independently, not even related to Iceman or Drake at all. I was just talking about global big business using astronomy and the global weather patterns to, you know, basically run their business, right? Predict certain trends, be prepared for emergency. And I guess maybe if you haven't, you know, like a brain fart on how a musician or artist like Drake, why a potential global catastrophe would be an intelligent moment to plan for you know, like a release, is because in those moments, amongst other things, entertainment always shoots through the roof, right? When stress goes up, the demand for entertainment goes up. So entertainment and drugs usually move together in terms of like money being generated. You know, when people feel down, they looking to get high, and they looking to listen to, you know, whatever they looking for entertainment, whatever that thing is they into. And when you at a global level, yeah, when you're at a global level, it becomes that much more crazy. Yo, listen, yo, I'm telling you, listen, I'm glad somebody is awake, because I'm watching the Drake video, right? And the Drake the Iceman video, he's going so deep into what we got going on. I feel like Drake is watching the channel. He going deep into what we got going on. Stuff that I know for a fact because I follow, you know what I'm saying, all of the different channels with the Kendrick and Drake and all that, you know, going back and forth. I'm on all that, right? My kids on all that. So sometimes I might not even catch it, but they might catch it and comment with my page. You know, we teamwork make the dream work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hip. You know what I'm saying? Like, but there's things that even all of the people that's breaking down, you know, what they call it, Easter eggs. They breaking down Easter eggs and all that. Like, there's things that's just sitting right in front in plain sight and nobody's mentioning. And I'm like, I just wonder if these things would change the dynamic of some of their conversations. Right. But it plays heavily into what we got going on. So understand, I wouldn't waste our time on pure entertainment if it didn't have everything to do with what we had going on. So let me first start by validating our time being spent really quickly. So let me take you guys here, right? Let's go here to Amazon so I can show you what where we're at. Okay, so this is the latest release, right? This is the latest release, right? This is 20. Actually, let's pull them all up. All right, so here's 19 and 20. Right, so that's 19, and here's 20. Or rather, excuse me, here's 19, and this is 20. Yeah, there we go. Right, 20. The reason why the count is off, or it seems like the count is off, is because the first book is the textbook, right? So this is the textbook. This is the standalone textbook. And all of these books are, you know, they go along with the, you know, they expound on all of the different, you know, the more complex aspects of this book. So there's a lot in this book. And so as we're going through here, we're breaking down and expounding on various aspects, right? But we're building one common line of thread, right? So if you'll notice, some of the books say metabolic disease training, right? And then some of the books say, well, we have this one that says sunlight is medicine. Here you go, food is medicine. Those are the two primary books so far, right? Food is medicine and metabolic disease training. Now, it's one conversation we're having through all of these books, right? But when we're in the book and we're talking more primarily towards how exercise can alleviate, fight, prevent, help reverse any chronic illness, that is our specific line of teaching. So that's metabolic disease training. That is exercise, movements, and training specific to chronic disease. In the future coming, there's going to be a massive shift. Personal trainers are not going to just be able to work with anybody. And if you're not certified at all, like if you don't even have a personal trainer certification, you will not be able to work with people. The World Health Organization just said that they basically said that 97% of the American population are patients. Okay, that 97% of the American population is sick, right? So there are certain stipulations hidden throughout all of our states' rules and laws that can modify your rights if you are seen as sick versus a healthy person. But that's too deep down conspiracy theory road for now. But what I'm saying is, with the general population regarded as sick, like I said, unless you know how to, you know, put together certain routines specific to people's chronic disease and their prescriptions and pharmaceuticals and all that, you're not going to be able legally to help folks with exercise. Same thing with food. Very quickly, things are changing in the food space. So you can't just be offering advice on everything. You know, that space is going to change very quickly. So we have, when we're in the books and we're speaking in pockets very specific to how food impacts the expression of chronic disease, those books are food as medicine books, which obviously betrays what the sunlight as medicine book would be, or concept would be. And then fast forward to the last few books and the next few books, right? We slip into this new pocket of books called The Secret Teaching of Music, right? The Secret Teaching of Music. And it's just so interesting how things, you know, because I had already been writing these books, and that's the craziest thing. And so I already have these books written, you know, because you got to think what we're doing with these books. The whole concept, the main underlying concept is unfolding, teaching, sharing with the world the spirit code, what the spirit code is, right? So if you don't have the books, you don't know you have no idea what that is. If you have some of the books, you're kind of figuring it out where we're going with that. But one of our underlying tenets of our culture has been God is music, right? So I know y'all at home may be different. Some of y'all embrace our concepts more than others, right? But that's mine. That's what I live, teach, eat, sleep. You know, that's me, right? God is music, right? So what we're doing in this space in the books is we're actually talking about how science has proven that music and the understanding of music is the understanding for biology, right? So we're taking that concept of God as music to a whole nother space. So in the last couple of months, you know, we put out a few songs and we were talking about how junk DNA via the ENCODE project was found out to be, you know, like not junk DNA. It's regulatory DNA. So it's actually the most important. It's controlling the rest of what's happening in the DNA, right? All of that works like musical arrangement. It all works like musical arrangement. So we're getting into some advanced spaces in terms of nutritional genomics. But we definitely have some other more exciting spots that you might be already familiar with, and a lot of different concepts, you know what I'm saying, that we're talking about throughout the course of these books. We're building, you know, we're building. And so anyway, I have all these books written up. Like right now, I'm up to book number 26, even though they're not all out. They'll be coming out, you know what I'm saying? But they're all written in various degrees already. And so I'm watching the Drake video thing, and then this pops up on the screen when they do the Drake album, not the album release, when he put the ice blocks. Remember he put the ice blocks? He put the ice blocks up, right? And he had the people in Canada go dig through the ice bricks, right? They had to go dig through the ice bricks, and then when they dig through the ice bricks, they find this magazine. And the magazine, as of right now, is like unexplained, kind of like Drake hasn't broken it down. Like a lot of people have given their opinions on this, right? A lot of people have given opinions, right? So remember this, if you're not aware, this was a part of Drake's album rollout. He hid a magazine inside these blocks of ice, right? And okay, when the people finally, okay, so first of all, this adds a level of Masonic. I probably should just, let me just sit that right there in your thought bank for a second. Masonry. Let me just put masonry. Let me just throw masonry out there for a second, even though that's not where I wanted to go right now. But let me just put that in your mind for a second, because if you take thousands and thousands of bricks and you shape them into a rectangle, and you but again, like guys like Jay Roebuck or What's the Dirt or some of these other guys that break down the Drake content, you know, remember what I say all the time. You see with you don't see with your eyes, and you don't hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind, right? So if they don't have a concept of something, just like the world, if the world doesn't have a concept of something, even if you show it to them, it's not like they can interpret it. They can't understand it. They can make up ideas and make guesses, but they're going to be missing pieces. You know what I'm saying? So there's definitely some Masonic component to this that I haven't even fully figured out yet. So I don't want to make it seem like I fully figured this out, right? What's interesting, again, is just how the things that I have noticed correspond directly to what we're doing and may help you guys at home learn the information a little bit more, right? Because we've been talking about Schumann waves, the God Shu, radio waves. We've been talking about a lot of different things centered around the concept of God being music for a long time, right? And so it seems like it's coming to a head. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there, the concept of masonry, because Drake did something else that this right here could be considered like conspiratorial, like you reaching, and you know what I'm saying. I could see some brothers hitting me up like, "Yo, you was reaching." Ain't nothing. That ain't nothing to do with masonry. It got nothing to do with that. Okay, we. I'm just saying, and this is where he got the concept from, right? And their blueprint, right? So, and these are very particular measurements, right? That I'll just leave, right? Anyway, so that's that, right? So anyway, they find the magazine, right? They find the magazine. Now, this color scheme right here, the red, blue, and the white, this is the Michael Jackson when he was fighting Sony. Michael Jackson came up with this. So that's why Drake used this. The red, blue, and the white is the Michael Jackson thing. But here's what I'm interested in. See? Boom. This right here was in the magazine. That was in the magazine. Right? That right there was in the magazine. This has nothing, this has no business this has no business in a public anything. You know, that right there, that right there, that wasn't supposed to be an album release from a Drake and Kendrick Lamar battle. That right there is very that this don't belong right in there. This ain't a part of that. Yeah, you see what's happening over here? This right here, and this is all in the book together, right? So it's this right here with the global dominance, but you see this here, the secret teaching of music. The secret teaching of music. And so again, because I seen that, that's what, got me to tripping to where I'm really like, yo, this is crazy. Why is this happening like right now at this time when we're doing our thing? You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden we got Drake doing his thing, and he's coming with the secret teaching of music at the time we coming with what we coming with. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hold on. This. And so now I'm starting to look at everything. Right? Now I'm looking at everything, and he has this theme based on radio waves. He has a whole theme surrounding radio waves. And I'm just like, this is crazy. Because all of this, mind you, all of this is stemming from, again, the Kemetic Meteorology book, right? So we have certain things in the Kemetic Meteorology book, again, about predictive modeling. And the number one thing that you need for marketing and promotion, again, is predictive modeling. You need to be able to predict the behavior patterns of your audience so you can capitalize on it. And obviously, the bigger your financial entity, the more resources you have to be able to capitalize on whatever the market is. You know what I'm saying? I'm on you. Yes. But I'm just saying it's so amazing, right? Because obviously that is the core of the secret teaching of music, is that God is music, right? But here's the thing. I think that we miss. Okay, let's start the night off. Right. Okay, I'm on you. I'm just getting my life back together, Mike. I'm on you, though. Yeah. But orders were still shipping all this time. So everybody's got their order. Except for one person doesn't have their order. I should get Chase to find that order. Somebody ordered something from Canada. We shipped it and it came back. Matter of fact. We'll let that marinate, and then we'll figure this out. But yeah, so this whole concept, he's coming with this whole radio wave thing. Hey, where's that that Canada box that came back? Who is that person? You go find out while I'm live so I can say their name.
Sean Okai.
Sean Okai?
Yeah.
Sean Okai. So Sean Okai, please, if you're watching or if you watch the read, like after the live is finished, if you watch the, please definitely tap back in because we shipped it and then they shipped it back. What does it say on it?
It says unknown or moved. So
unknown or moved. Okay.
So yeah, resident moved or
it's unknown. Okay. Well, that's what's written on the package. Resident moved or it's unknown. Right. Or maybe somehow we got the wrong address, maybe. Who knows? Right? Maybe it's our fault. Nah, I'm definitely gonna hit you up ASAP. Just because we gotta catch up on some things anyway. We got a lot to catch up on. But anyway, so listen. So we've been talking about the radio waves all this time, right? And how radio waves are almost like an intermediary between life on Earth and our home star. Right. We also released how many books? I feel like it was 6 books. Right? Because we have Books of the Food, Songs of the Vitamin, Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4. Right? But then we also have the books leading into that where we were talking about waves. And we were getting more into understanding the anatomy in terms of traveling waves and standing waves, right? So as John Q. Public in the world is watching this Drake rollout, right? Obviously in their mind, a lot of people, they salute. They they thinking Drake is making some sort of reference to cell phones, cell phones. So that was like a big theory. Like, yeah, Drake is talking about cell phone towers. I don't think he was really focused in on the cell phone towers. He might have been, who knows? But I kept saying the whole time that that's not cell phone towers. Those are radio wave towers. Cell phones use radio waves. Internet uses radio waves, but also music uses radio waves, right? That's how music is transmitted all over the globe now, is via radio waves. So when you have the #1 artist battling with the #1 label for contract deal and, battling with a young, hungry, a young, hungry hyena, you know what I'm saying? Or a couple hungry hyenas that want to get his spot, right? Radio waves make more sense than cell phone conversation. But they were saying the cell phones because Drake somehow was listening in on Kendrick and Rick Ross phone calls. But I get it. If you don't know any better, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know any better, it makes sense. But that was my prediction, right? Predictive modeling. That was my prediction based on everything that I was thinking and seeing, early on. It's not until the actual Iceman event, the Iceman, released the movie, that the central feature of the whole Iceman event is not ice at all. It's not ice, it's not snow, it's not the Pinocchios or any of that. The main feature in the whole entire Iceman rollout is a radio wave tower. So when I see the radio wave tower, immediately I'm just like, I'm batting 1,000 right now. You know what I'm saying? In my mind, you know what I'm saying? But that was the whole, concept. at the release was, let me see this here. And we're getting back to the book. It's just all of this is so interesting how this stuff is like all of these things. It's crazy, right? So the album release he does here, but this right here is this is a radio wave tower. That's what this is. This is a radio wave tower. So this is where DJ Academics meets him. You know what I'm saying? Up in the radio wave tower. And, you know, or at least in the video, it was like that. In real life, they had a little dinner together somewhere and he got an OVO chain. But in the video, they were meeting in this radio wave tower. So you got to think about it. Not only is the central feature the radio wave tower, but he brings the #1 DJ to meet him in the radio wave tower. So there's not really like a lot of dialogue or anything like that that lends to specificity in the videos. But if you know what you're looking at, right? Like you got a radio wave tower where the #1 artist in the world is having a meeting with the #1 DJ in the world, right? Like, and not even DJ. Let me say VJ because it's different, right? He's a DJ Academic will be more considered a VJ, right? He does video, right? He's streaming and doing video, so he would be more like a VJ, a video jockey, right? But the #1, he's the #1 at what he does, right? So they're meeting in this radio tower. So it's just like, again, all of these are concepts that we've been building on, and I've been saying for the longest that this is like the purpose of music, right? The purpose of music, the purpose of entertainment. You know, basketball players get paid because they're able to harvest your attention and sell that to corporations, right? Artists in a similar space, not the same, right? They do entertain, but they're not necessarily harvesting your attention. What artists are doing is artists are controlling your thoughts. Artists are controlling your thoughts. So one of the things that we created, like just as a little analogy, right, is that you can liken a penny to a thought, right? Liken a penny to a thought, liken a feeling to $1. Right? Liken a feeling to $1, and then you would liken a song to $100 bill, right? Because a song is going to translate into hundreds or even thousands of different feelings and emotions in your body, right? And those thoughts you be able to focus in on, right? And hone those down to, you know, a handful that may be transformational or make you want to party or make you want to fight, kill, shoot, rob, eat, have babies, whatever, drive the culture, right? So music is very important in terms of driving the culture, creating the templates that people's thoughts arise from. So music is important in 2 ways, right? When we get into the books, we're going to talk about the physics of it in terms of anatomy and biochemistry, and how music literally drives how, you know, like fundamental aspects of science that everything is made of, right? The laws that they subscribe to are music laws that we know as music laws. They are universal laws, but we know them best via the space of music. So there's a whole music conversation that we need to have. You know, there's a whole music conversation as we get deeper into the books. God is music. We got to keep that in front. As a spirituality coach, teaching people that God is music, spirituality coaching, spiritual coaching, right? is based around these concepts and precepts. Nah, man, you gotta get on that. Whisper my neighbor, don't say it too loud, but you know, we pop out. You gotta whisper my name. Right. See, come on. See, I can count on you. I know. Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. It's so many different levels to this conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's so many different levels because once we bring in shape and affinity, we're literally talking about resonance, right? And that's one of the principles on how traveling and standing waves interact, right? Or systems dependent on traveling and standing waves anyway. That's how they interact, is via resonance, right? We get into resonance, dissonance, right? Constructive interference, deconstructive interference, right? We start to get into those pockets of conversation. And even in, like I said, the fine tuning of biochemistry, biology, trying to be healthy, right? We get into a pocket where we start to deal with electrostatics, right? When we start talking about what we call minerals, right? We're dealing with electrostatics. We're dealing with the charges and how those charges of those individual nutrients interact with each other, with the water around them. And then as you have these moving charges, remember, moving charges are going to create magnetic fields, right? So the magnetic fields also have an impact. And, you know, when you have a bunch of electric and magnetic fields, you know there's a light show, right? So in that space, in that cellular environment, cells also have demonstrated to create and be responsive to radio waves. So there's a lot to unpack in terms of, you know, discussion. And we just haven't talked in so long that now it's 20 books to go through information of. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no matter how long I let this live stream go on tonight, there's no way we can cover 20 books. Right? But at least we back. We claimed our Tuesday. So the name of the show, the name of the podcast, the name of our thing that we're building here, right, is Tuesday, 8 p.m. Right? That's the name of the show. The name of the show, right? That's the name of the show. Tuesday, 8 p.m. Tuesday, 8 p.m. Right? Tuesday, 8 p.m. Right? And y'all may have to just figure out what p.m. is. It's a lot of stuff y'all got to figure out. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff that we're going to have some fun with. A lot of stuff we're going to have some fun with. But like I said, going back to this Drake thing, it's just so many crazy things. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, he's a unique character. You know, he's a unique character. Some research has just come out that Drake is actually blacker than everybody in the rap business. So it looks like Kendrick is looking really crazy. When I say blacker than everybody in the rap business, the music business, some research has come out that Drake's grandfather was a part of the group of runaway slaves that created the city of New Africa. The city of New Africa is it is one of those cities like Black Wall Street, right? Black Wall Street is You know, Black Wall Street is known, but Black Wall Street is just one of many. There was many Black Wall Streets, and New Africa was one of those places where all the Black folks owned property and houses, and they did their thing, and they had their own little economy. And the KKK came in and burned it down. You know what I'm saying? And they fled north, further and further north until they got up to Canada and did their thing up there. So it's just interesting. You know what I'm saying? It's just interesting how this thing comes back around to us. You know, how this thing comes back around to us, because his mom, you know, a lot of people go, yeah, his mom is white, but his mom is not exactly white, right? His mom's not exactly white. His mom is Jewish. And I'm only saying that, you know, like in a sense of not my personal sentiment, but in response to maybe, you know, having some conscious Kendrick or conscious K-bots, you know, circulating. Like, if it's all about, like, I saw a video where one guy was debating against 20 guys that were Kendrick fans, one Drake fan versus 20 Kendrick fans. And there was a white guy who was a Kendrick fan, and he was explaining like this whole racial aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? He was going deep into it. And the whole time I'm saying to myself, this is mass confusion, because this whole Drake is not exactly half white. Now, when we get to the science and all that, sure, Drake is half white. His mama white. But hold on. There's a caveat. You know, they say LeBron won the bubble championship, but it's an asterisk next to his bubble championship. There's an asterisk next to Drake being white. Drake is not white. Drake's mom's side is Jewish, right? So technically, you have to remember what white folks did to Jewish folks, right? I'm just saying. You can get deep and go down to conspiracy theory, facts and fiction, and know this happened. I'm just saying, from a general sense of John Q. Public, we have to understand the sentiment of how the general public feels about that situation. That's not right. And when we get into the music, those tensions are very real, right? In the world that we're in, a lot of tension, because everybody is forced to deal with each other. People don't really care as much about racial stuff in day-to-day life. Most people, you know what I'm saying? Because we've been forced to deal with each other for so long. It's just like, I can't even think about, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not that. But when you get in the music space, right, to understand the music business, most people don't understand the music business. I know a little bit about the music business. I know people that know a lot more than me, and I learn from them. But the music business is very much a technology business, and the technology is the technology to control human emotion and minds, right? And so that may seem like a lot, right? That may seem like a lot, but we do have to remember that every place, every civilization, every nation on earth has a government, right? And we have to just remember what the word government means, right? Govern is to regulate or control, and ment, M-E-N-T, means mind. So the government is the body put together to control the mind, the masses, right? And so there's no easier or better way to do that than through music. And this is a thing that's been known for a very long time, taught in greater or lesser depth, depending on where you learn some of these things. But that reference in that magazine that Drake put out there, that's a semi esoteric reference that comes from another source material, right? That's also semi-esoteric, but it has some allusions to some other deeper material that is not so surface level. that you actually have to, be around a little bit, move around, and you may come in, you may figure some stuff out, or some stuff may come into your purview. Yeah. But this is high power. This is very exciting stuff right now, because this is a way that we're able to look at, like the stuff that we've been building, investing our time. Like we're looking at stuff like is larger than, you know what I mean? Like, especially that Chud the Builder. Now, a few people hit me up about the Chud the Builder thing. You know what I'm saying? I obviously didn't catch it in real time because I haven't been on my phones and stuff like that. I've been out of the loop communication wise, but a few people hit me up about the Chud the Builder. Yo, you predicted this thing way in advance. How did you know? I was like, I obviously didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't try to pretend like I got some otherworldly download. It's the information that's in the Kemetic meteorology book, right? It's pattern recognition, right? And not only pattern recognition, but being able to, the timing, right? This timing based on our sun's behavior and our environmental weather patterns, this is the time for an event like X, Y, Z to take place. So knowing that, I go online and I see bop, bop, bop. I'm like, oh, this is the seed for that sort of event, potentially. So let's see what happens with this, because this guy plus this environment plus this timing, my man's getting ready to go global. He's going to get shot and or shoot someone for sure. And 4 days later, that's what happened. Right? So it is crazy. You know what I'm saying? It is crazy. But, we have to remember the thing in the music business is it's a technology industry, right? The technology is to control the emotions, thinking patterns of the people. But it needs people input. But anyway, that's all German engineering. So let me say that part. That's where the Jewish and the German tension is in the music business. Jews don't run the music business like Kanye said. He was reaching. But they do have a strong presence because of the banking aspect. So the music business is largely three entities participating together, right? You have a technology portion, which is the machine, right? That's where the music comes from. The music comes out of the machines, which is the reason why all the people talking about they don't like AI music or they don't know nothing about hip hop, because the AI conversation is the same conversation that was happening in the 80s. That's what the people who spent years learning how to play the piano, learning how to play the drums, learning how to play the trumpet, the violin, like strings, like real instruments. They're like, yo, they those are not musicians. They don't play instruments. They using like, yeah, they making samples. They stealing our sounds, and that ain't real. That's electronic. That's fake. That's digital. That's all them conversation. That's another reoccurring conversation, right? Because when the technology went from magnetic tape, right? When the technology went from magnetic tape, as a matter of fact, let me write those two things down. We might come back to those. So because we might come back to those, I think it'd be a good idea for me to just write on the board for my own memory. The word government means mind control. Right? Maybe I just start right there. We'll just leave it open. I'll start with government and mind control and leave it open so we just add to it as we go along. Okay, let me see. Oh, we lit. All right. So government right? Control, govern, and mind, right? So we'll just let that. We'll leave it with that for a second. We'll leave it with that for a second, and we'll circle around. We'll circle around, right? We'll circle around because this stuff is, you know, it's a lot of stuff. Right. And so here's one of the things I want to look at tonight. Let's look. Let me close this. Let's close that. And close that. So I want to get into this. Let me see something. Here we go. Okay. So here is where we begin to actually break down the core of what we're doing here in terms of with the music, right? So we move through the various micro environments in the body that regulate and govern your biochemistry, right? Your genetics, your genetic expression, epigenetics, what you pass to your kids, chronic illness, you know, like all of those various things, the expressions anyway. We get to the core, right? We get to the core of those things and we kind of walk through that. In detail, right? In detail, beginning with the input, obviously, traveling wave, standing wave, relationships, but beginning with the input of the breath. And so we work from there. And we build out how a single breath can actually contribute to the formation of complex life and then regulate and maintain complex life, right? So the idea of the breath initiating and sustaining life is a very real thing. And we've taken the time. We've taken the time to really walk it down, right? Get into the essence in terms of the relationship between electron and photon, the relationship of oxygen atom to electricity in the body, luminous activity in the body. More importantly, the middle interface, which is magnetic activity in the body, and how that translates to information that then becomes working tools in the 6 different active codes that make up our living, right? So we know, starting back, I guess, with the Black's Anatomy series of books, that our body actually is running on 6 different codes. And so we spent a bunch of time. Remember, we had the big debate. I had the codes in the debate when I was debating Ankh. I think I even mentioned them again when I was debating Hotep Jesus' girlfriend Jabari. I think in that debate I also mentioned the the 6 different codes that regulate the body. Yeah, we definitely need all the help we can get. Yeah, we definitely need all the help we can get. Yeah. Whole internet on my back now. Yeah, like the video. Hype the video. Everything the video. We need help. We've been out of the loop so long. Every algorithm is upset with us. We need the algorithms to smile upon us. Right? We need the algorithms to smile upon us. And we have some things that that may help the algorithm in the future to help us out, right? But those were important things. Those were important caveats in the conversation. Those were important caveats in the conversation. So we do take the time. We have written it up, very detailed, all of the research, with a few white papers. You know, we don't play. You know what I'm saying? So we have our white papers, we have our references. So we went very detailed. We've taken a lot of time. You know, I made sure to sneak it into the public, you know, in terms of not speaking on it anywhere and giving anybody an opportunity to try to, you know, steal the drip before, you know, we're able to publish and you know, kind of scope and mold the direction of what it is and you know, as much as we can before, you know, maybe the world steals it from us. Because that will happen. The world will steal this from us. I don't even know if this is ours. I know it's coming through us, right? I always say that the information don't come from me, it comes through me. So this is something that we, you know, it's coming through us. You guys are, you know, me and you know, we're doing this together, this research. So, but I'm not sure if it's ours. It may belong to the world, you know, but as the mom, you know, I carried this baby 9 months, you know what I'm saying? Even if this is meant for the world, I'm still have postpartum and all that, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this is all me, you know what I'm saying? So, but no. This is yeah. It's kind of like in that pocket, but this is like way bigger than if Pete and Q book. Like these books are, you know, like this. I would venture to say that beyond the fact that these are my best books, but I would say that these are the purpose. Like this is the purpose of what I've been, you know, like everything that what we've been doing, you know what I'm saying? All this time since I started this health journey, like these books are part of the purpose, right? Because the way that we've been able to build in the books is providing a level of clarity, right? When you read the first book, the big, thick textbook, that takes some time to work your way through, right? But the rest of the books, right, are written in a way that, you know, like we're building as we go from volume 1 to volume 2 to volume 3 to volume 4. So it's like me taking you by the hand, right? So that you can turn around and do this for your family and your people. It's like me taking you by the hand and we're walking through these brand new concepts, right? Where we've went beyond. Remember, we had made a lot of progress in terms of just working with understanding how the microbiome, the fungiome, and the virome all work together. And they're like an invisible trio that creates a lot of invisible symptoms. And we even spent a lot of time on that. That's like part of the foundational concept of the Rich Abs, Poor Abs book series, right? That's what the whole GLP-1, you know, the microbiome and the fermented, you know, all the fiber, all of those parts of the conversation have to do with what the little guys in your body are doing, their activity, right? The secondary and tertiary digestion and metabolic products that they produce, how they can help your body or hurt your body, right? Because they could be wilding, and you could just have something going on with you that hurts or feels bad or slowing you down or whatever, but you go to the doctor can't find nothing. It's because it's not necessarily a something to find, but a break in the process, right? So because there's a break in the process, you can't really find anything but, like symptoms of the, like pain or inflammation. You can't necessarily find like a bug. There's no bug. You know what I'm saying? There's a break, because at this point, there are zillions of microscopic creatures that are considered to be native to our body. So they're not treated as like, oh, I got an infection, or I got a cold, or came down with something, or I caught something or whatever. They're part of this is a part of what you carry. This is your viral load, your bacterial load, right? We all have one. And how we live, how we exercise, how we eat, how much water, how much hydrated we are, all of those things determine what those little guys do. And then what those little guys do contributes largely to our immune function, our memory, our cognitive function, all of those things. And so throughout the book, throughout the series, we're in the fine space though. We're in the fine space, right? Because we're talking about electricity, light, and magnetism a lot, right? A lot, not mostly, but just a lot, like enough that, just for scale purposes, we understand what we're doing. Instead of going top down as normal, as usual teachings would cover, like anatomy or biochemistry, we're going bottom up. Right. So instead of looking from our perspective and then looking at body parts and then looking at tissues and then looking at cells and then looking at, enzymes and organelles, and then going even further and looking at cytochromes and, molecules and, like messenger, and then going further than that and then looking at, atoms and how atoms break down and produce energy and electrons, this and that. That's top down, right? Bottom up view is starting from the perspective of whatever smaller than the atom, right? We're looking at electrons and protons, right? We're looking at energy and information, right? Because energy is information, information is energy. The context of how it's being used determines how we describe the same phenomenon, but the same substance of thing that we call energy in the body is also the same substance of thing that we call information in the body. It's the same material, right? It's power or it's data. It's the same material though, right? So we're just looking at it from the perspective of bottom up, right? Because everything is dependent on this system. And the energy system is where most of the unknown death and disease comes from, right? With diabetes and high blood pressure, right? The stuff we highly at risk for, right? And it's because it's coming from this unseen world of energy that you can't put your finger on what's going on because you can't put your finger on the whole system. It's invisible. The energy system is invisible, right? But that's what diabetes is. It's some problem somewhere in the energy system. Right? Metabolizing energy, storing energy, retrieving energy, transporting energy, right? There's a lot of different ways that you can come into one of the different forms of diabetes that we know. Like, yeah, like we were pioneers in that space in terms of highlighting that there's over 10 different forms of diabetes. When people thought we was crazy, it was like, see, he's making that up. There's only 2 forms of diabetes. I was like, that's the dinosaur. See, that type of, that's you studying them papers from 1901, right? Like, no, in 2026, there's 3 different forms of type 1. There's 3 different forms of type 1. And that I might be outdated. I might be outdated. It might be a few more different forms of type 1. As the research goes, they get more specific. So as you get more specificity, you create more categories so that you can, like put the differences like, okay, this is this and this. So you have, you got juvenile, you got adolescent, you got adult. Those are the 3 basic types of type 1 diabetes alone by itself. And then when you get to type 2 diabetes, forget about it. It's all types of mitochondrial diabetes and this one and that one. You can get temporary diabetes from being pregnant as a woman. You can get long COVID, which is another form of diabetes, right? From getting COVID, you can get diabetes. Like, forget about it. Diabetes is crazy right now, right? But the one thing that we do know for a fact is that it's in the energy space and that it's getting worse. The numbers are going crazier. They're going up. They're going up. People are not getting better. It's going up through the roof. And so I was watching a show today where they were making a prediction of the behavior in America in 5 years. And they were saying that in 5 years in America, everybody's going to wake up, like teenagers and everything, like kids, like everybody's going to just take needles. So like even like the business of phlebotomy is like a business, like that's going to be a booming business. Like the amount of money it costs to take the test of phlebotomy is probably going to go up as more people want to be certified to do, like draw blood and needles and all that. That's going to go up. But everybody's going to be using needles. You're going to have so many diabetics. First of all, everybody's going to be shooting insulin. The people not shooting insulin, they'll be shooting GLP-1s and all that. The people not shooting that, they'll be shooting TRTs for the men. They're working on some joints for women's, was that menopause, something they can shoot up, the peptides for the athlete. See, so now a small-minded person, they're going to tell you, yo, invest in this business. No, if you really want to invest somewhere, you need to invest in needles. Because needles going to make money off the dope fiends, the GLP-1, the muscle-bound bodybuilder. They all buying needles, regardless of you. Anyway, just saying. That is the, what's his name? The Warren Buffett. That's the Warren Buffett approach. Right? That's how Warren Buffett is the GOAT when it comes to investing, right? Nope. You are not up to date, champ. I was going to say he got 17 books in his cart. You need to get volume 18, volume 19, and volume 20. There's 3 more out. And throughout the course of the week, it's going to be another few dropping. So yeah, you're missing 3 books as of right now. Volume 17, 18, 19, and 20 are out. They are out. Who said what? Bring it back. Bring me back. I said a whole bunch. I don't know exactly what you was referring to. If you're talking about the government being mind controlled, that's not a new thing. That's like an old school. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. Let me see here. If you're talking about that, we can just go to government. I think we should be able to look it up, right? We should be able to look this up. Okay, to steer or pilot a ship is the root word for govern, to govern, and where does meant come from? Act, state, or result. Let me see. Let's go here. So I think what we would have to do probably is do this in 2 parts. Yeah, let's see here. Okay, so govern is to rule, right? To rule with authority, to rule, to steer, to rule, to command, to direct, to guide, to govern, right? Okay, so that's that. And then what do we got here? What is meant? Okay, what do we got here? Blah, blah, blah. Meant, nouns, verb, blah, blah, blah. Hmm. That's interesting. Hold up. Okay. Let me see. Now let's get to the, do we have to do it like this? Okay, here we go. So we got to go to the root of the word meant, right? When we get to the root of the word meant, right, that is mind. That is mind, right? The Latin term. The Latin term, right? Which is interesting, because again, when we're dealing with this whole conversation, right? And these are just little floating parts because we haven't spoke so long. So some of this is going to seem more, crazier than normal, right? I'm going to seem more scatterbrained than normal because we haven't spoken so long, right? But remember, a couple of the songs I was showing the owls in the video, and people didn't know what I was talking about because all of that stuff was way before Iceman came out and all that. But owls has another meaning, right? So this is important, right? Owls, right? And it's important to have this here where government is here, right? Because we get into the owl, right? The owl comes from Kemet, right? Owls was at the burial places. That's what they was in, the hieroglyphs and the burial places. So that's how they're related to Asar. They're not like directly in stories with Asar and Boob, so it's not that. But when you go back to places where they would have certain temples and burials and certain things like that, the owls will be featured there. The owl is also the only thing in the Kemetic script or hieroglyphics where it's actually like, instead of the side profile, you know how you get the side profile in the Kemetic stuff? Well, the owl is the only thing that's actually facing you like that. So the owl was very much, a thing. You just leave it that way, right? But in our current world, right, modern world, this is associated to government. The owl represents government. That's what the owl represents. Now, if people want to put it to Bohemian Grove and all this and all that, you can go there. You can go there, right? But the owl represents government, right? And it's very simple. It's very simple. It's not even that deep. I'm gonna show you it right here. Right? We'll just Google it. Right? We'll just Google it. Right? Okay. So you can just Google it and look it up yourself. It's not that deep, right? Or it's not that hidden. You know what I'm saying? It's just something that people knows, right? Owls, a group of owls, and the same way you got like a flock of birds, a flock of owls is called a parliament or a congress, right? That's what a flock of owls is called, a parliament or a congress. But it comes from that position that owls have had in history. That's the reason why a flock of owls are associated with government, because government's associated with mind. And owls are about the unseen world of after you transition, right? Because remember in Kemet, there's no such thing as death in perspective, right? But it's the unseen world of the Netchers that's always watching the living, right? That's one of the things that owls symbolize, the unseen world of the Netchers that's always watching the living, right? And so that's that, like you're being, big bro, you're being watched, right? And so part of that unseen world, though, is the world of spirit. That's the world of the mind, right? The unseen, right? The world of energy and for universal forces in nature and God conversations and concepts and all that good stuff, right? All of that's in that unseen space. That's all in the unseen space. The same as where your energy comes from, right? We don't think about that, right? When we think of fat being stored in the cell, we're thinking like glucose 6-phosphate molecules, right? We're thinking glucose 6-phosphate molecules, but glucose 6-phosphate molecule is only relevant for its ability to produce the unseen, right? Because we can take that glucose 6-phosphate, the phosphate is where the real energy is. It's not even the glucose part, the sugar, right? But we can use the glucose, right? Break that down for electrons and protons to recycle ATP. And then the phosphate is what obviously goes on to the ATP. It's the phosphate. It's the main part that produces, the light that our cells run on, right? The light that's going to be translated into energy and information our cells use, whether it's ATP or GTP, right? It doesn't matter. The phosphate is still the main thing, right? But it's because the phosphate releases light when it's broken from that molecule, right? It releases kinetic energy and light, and that kinetic energy and light is what our cells use to run on, right? So is that unseen stuff, that unseen energy stuff, that unseen information stuff, that's the world of the mind, the world of the spirit, the world of radio waves, right? All those things are in the same space. Those are all in the same space. Yeah. I had a lot of thoughts about why Drake did, and I'm gonna be honest, the Iceman has thrown let me show you this thing right here real quick, because you asked a good question, right? Let me show you this. Let me show you this, because Drake done went crazy with this one, right? Let me show you this. Because remember earlier I was saying Drake got something to do with some masonry or something he trying to show us with some masonry. Remember I said that earlier? So follow that line of thinking for a second, and we're going to go to this video here. This is the video right here. Hold on. Turn down the volume, because I'm definitely not what's the dirt. Drake ain't going to get my page unsuspended. My page is going to be suspended. Let me show you this video scene though. All right, hold on. Is this the video scene? No, this ain't the video scene. Okay, wrong video. He released 100 videos at one time, so my bad. I think it's this video. Hold on. Okay. This video right here. Okay, in this video, Look at this outfit he has on. This is the Iceman. This is the Iceman outfit, right? I think a lot of us, because he put frozen ice cubes everywhere, we forgot that ice means diamonds, right? Diamonds, right? And Michael Jackson was the Iceman. Remember, Michael Jackson was the Iceman. Michael Jackson always had the jackets with the rhinestones and you know, that was Michael Jackson, the gloves and all, like that was the Iceman, the original. So he's the second Iceman coming along. So that's what this outfit is, right? That's what this outfit is. And now he does this. You see this right here? Do y'all know what that is right there? Does anybody know what this is right here on this table? Anybody know what that is? All right. You don't know what that is. Give me a second. And I'm not going to give you an answer, but I will make you more curious. I will add some more information that will make you more curious.
And the Lord has no line on by. Oh, know that I am loved and we give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set ourselves into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter.
So, remember I was saying that there was some Masonic something or other with the bricks and all of the bricks and the and then people that I was having a conversation with, they was like, yo, you bugging, Drake ain't into nothing Mason. Well, here's another little piece that makes it look even trickier. This thing right here. Now, it's not exactly what I have on. It's not exactly the same as what I have on, but it is. Hold on. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. He puts this piece on in this place that he's in, right? This is very interesting right here. This is very interesting. And he puts this on, and then he sits behind the desk, and he's in government office, right? So we have owls, right? Congress and Parliament, right? We got radio waves, CN Tower, controlling the minds of the people and all this and all. Like, that's what the fight for control of the radio waves is. The fight for the control of the radio waves is the fight for the minds of the people. This is why Drake is on the side of the people, right? Like Michael Jackson and Prince. And you know who y'all forgot about? You know who y'all forgot about? Let me tell y'all who y'all forgot about. Y'all forgot about Chamillionaire. Y'all forgot about Chamillionaire. Chamillionaire is Drake. Chamillionaire is black. Let me not say black as if Drake is not black, because Drake is black. Drake is blacker than black. If you understand what I'm saying, with the runaway slave and the Jewish. Anyway, but Chamillionaire is the dark skin template. Remember, Chamillionaire found out that the record label, and I want to say it's Universal, but he found out that they were stealing millions of dollars when he did the audit, which is the same thing Drake is trying to do, but there's a lot more money involved with the audit, which is the reason why, oh my God, it's so many different things. Like this whole tricky thing where, listen, where they keep saying that Drake has to break Michael Jackson record, or Drake broke Michael Jackson record. That's not true. Drake been broke Michael Jackson record. He been past MJ. He didn't just pass MJ just now. He been past MJ, right? But that's the other part of the Iceman thing, is the Diamond Records. It's not like Diamond Jury, it's Diamond Records. MJ is the GOAT for the diamonds, right? MJ got the most diamonds, and now Drake got the most diamonds. Drake got the most diamonds. Michael Jackson got 3 diamond albums, 3 diamond singles. Drake has 1 diamond album certified, 2 diamond albums uncertified, which means 3. And he has 15 diamond songs. 15 diamond songs, or something crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? Diamond, though, 10 million sold, or some crazy record. So he's been past Mike. All right. But anyway, I just wanted to put this curiosity into your mind. Like I want y'all to understand that there are some things that clearly we're missing, because this is government office. So I don't know if this is the governor or whatever, however they think is structured in Canada, because, you know, they take after France, right? France has Canada, England has America. You know, that's how that broke down. Europe just divided up this side of the world, right? Canada got France, England got America, and then we get into the Caribbean. You know, Spain is involved. Spain got Puerto Rico. They got Dominican Republic. France got Haiti, and England got Jamaica, right? That's how people are confused today. And you having all these conversations about who's who and what's what. You know what I'm saying? That's the other thing that's funny about Drake, is that Drake people is Haitian. Drake got some Creole people in his line, his bloodline through his daddy and all that. So that's another thing. But anyway, so it just becomes interesting. I'm gonna just say that, you know what I'm saying? But again, you have to have some idea of what something is when you're looking at it, to be able to recognize it. And maybe, you know, like I said, maybe I still don't know what I'm talking about. But I know what, you know, I know what I'm looking at in terms of in the ballpark of what that is that he's wearing. Right. And not like from a read it in the book or look it up on the internet kind of sense, but a actual personal, I know what that, like when I see that, I'm like, stop, pause that video right there. What is, pause that video right there. You see what I'm saying? Like that's where it get crazy. Like, hold on, what he got with that? What's that? What are you doing with that? Like, with that how that? Yeah, what? Then I had to go back in my mind. I'm like, hold up now. Did he symbolically put a map in Solomon's temple? I said, hold up. Did Drake create like a fake little Solomon temple real quick with ice bricks and put the map to the treasure, which is I said, yo, this is wild, bro. I said, this is wild. This is wild. There's some levels to this. It's some levels to this thing, and folks ain't get there yet, because I guess the people getting into it, they surface, they doing their best. But then even the association of Drake with LeBron, right? Even that. And I know we're getting too deep into the Drake mysteries, but even the association of Drake with LeBron, remember I broke down, and YouTube deleted the video twice. I kept putting the video back up. They kept giving me strikes. I stopped putting the video up. But I did a video breaking down how LeBron's pregame ritual is a certain specific set of mudras. Mudras for the god of the air, the god Shu, right? And so the god Shu would also be the same deity responsible for the radio waves. Right. So the god of the air, right? The same thing Bron and MJ is in, like Drake is also in that bag. Right. And that is also a big part of the Jewish doctrine. So that's another thing, is that Drake's culture growing up on the Jewish side has taught him some things, like how I grew up with certain things, which gave me a head start in a certain space. Drake, as a young Jewish kid in a nice Jewish neighborhood, the time he spent there, not to, like the time he spent there, gave him education in, theology. So he absolutely has roots in these things. These are not like outside of his purview. His roots of theology give him the right. So we talked all about shoe in the Bible. We've already wrote books on shoe in the Bible and blah, 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 blah. So the concept of that, right, that's all there. That he has access to that. I'm not saying he studied that or didn't, but I'm saying as a Jewish person growing up in a very studious community, he definitely had access to all that information. Then with his dad's side, the black side, with them being on the freedom fighter, activist, Black Panther, with them being in that bag, because a lot of black men back in that time, they either went, hardcore with it, or they went to the people, you know what I'm saying? So they went to the people at that time. At least Drake's dad, he went the music route. But the conversations, you know what I'm saying? These are hardcore, like niggas, like from the South, you know what I'm saying? So they're definitely having, wild racial conversations about white folks and woo, woo, woo. And Drake has to deal with being in both of those places. You know what I'm saying? I have some of that type of experience coming from New York, going upstate to where my brothers and them is at. And, it's just, but anyway, back to the secret teachings of music, right? Those are where the roots of the secret teaching of music comes from, right? You had a lot of esoteric schools, which is where all of our science on electromagnetics even comes from. So our understanding of electromagnetic waves, we can take that back to the debate of Pythagoras or Kemet, right? We've had that 1,000 times. We don't need to relive that, but those concepts of the 3-4-5 triangle form the basis of our musical understanding. And we go through all that stuff in the books. So don't worry. All that's in the books. We breaking all this down in the books. I'm just going through little pieces and all that of the science. And I'm discussing Drake and using Drake as a reference point in many of these little pieces and parts because of what he was doing, unrelated to us. Maybe, who knows? Maybe he's watching, who knows? But unrelated to us. It just, the timing of everything coming off of the Kemetic meteorology book is insane. And then for me to see some things that people aren't picking up on, like nobody's focusing in on the fact that he's doing this whole thing in the CN Tower. This whole rollout is surrounding the radio waves. Like it's about radio waves. You know what I'm saying? And radio waves, it literally runs the world. Everything from single cell organisms, like the development of single cell organisms is based on radio waves. The development of complex life is based on radio waves. If there's no radio waves, there's no life on Earth. So when we think of radio waves, right, most people, obviously it's embedded in the term radio. We immediately go to an entertainment place. We go radio waves. Oh, okay, boom. We don't think radio waves in terms of like Schumann, waves or brain waves or electromagnetic waves generated at the cellular level, or how the lightning in our environment, 88 strikes per, like how our lightning around the world is the precursor to our planet's fertility. Our planet's ability to fertilize itself, producing nitrogen for the soil. Like all of this is regulated by, even mood and temperament and fertility and all of those things to a greater or lesser extent. Solar activity translates to radio wave activity, which translates to biological activity, right? So Oh, it's definitely a necklace. He said, yeah, he said it's a necklace. Yeah, it's definitely a necklace. It is a necklace. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a necklace. Yeah. That's you can say that. You can definitely say that. It is a necklace. Sure. We can definitely say it is a necklace. You know what I'm saying? But to do a music video from the president's office or the governor's office or the mayor, like I don't know what the names of the government officials are in Toronto or Canada, but that's the head person's office right there. And he putting on what he putting on. You know what I'm saying? He putting on what he putting on up in there is crazy. Right? It's crazy. And the owl was the feature of the like the fashion, the clothes everybody had on the owl hoodies with the ice on the owls. So the owls had ice on it as well. So it was interesting. You said China has Jamaica. Now things have changed. Things have changed now, but originally it's England, London. You know what I'm saying? That's where a lot of that's why you got so much Jamaicans in London and England, because there was a lot of traveling back and forth from Jamaica to England. That's their property. You know, the French, they had Haiti. You know, so Haitians speak a broken French, right? Jamaica, they speak a broken English, right? Dominican Republic, they speak a broken Spanish, right? Because they was up underneath Spain. Puerto Rico, they speak a broken Spanish because they was up underneath Spain, right? So the language doesn't really tell us who the people is. The language tells the people as cattle, you know, as livestock, you know, who their owners were, masters. And that's where you get into this conversation also at another level, because you're talking about masters and slaves, right? You're talking about masters and slaves. So it's also interesting that Drake has that background where his grandpops or great grandfather was one of the founders of New Africa down there in Memphis. That is interesting. That is interesting. But China has taken over some stuff. You know, in the late, you know, because of what's going on now. Yeah, here. Let's look at this real quick. This is where Drake people is from. The term New Africa in the Mississippi context typically refers to one of two distinct historical movements: the Republic of New Africa, which is a 1968 Black nationalist movement, or Mississippian Africa, an 1840s emancipation and colonization effort, right? The phrase refers to a controversial 19th century migration where hundreds of free slaves were sent from Mississippi to West Africa. No. So it's this here, right? The group claimed 5 states, blah, 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 as subjugated land. The capital, 1971, the group purchased a 20-acre tract of land in Hinds County, Mississippi, proclaiming it the new capital of their new nation. The movement never achieved territorial sovereignty. In 71, a heavily publicized, deadly FBI and local police raid on the RNA's Jackson, Mississippi headquarters led to the arrest of several leaders and scattered the organization. Okay. I'm almost certain this is the one. Y'all can go deeper. Right? Y'all can go deeper if y'all want to go deeper into New Africa and all that. Just all interesting. All very interesting, very interesting history. You know what I'm saying? So far we've been really talking about. I'll see y'all in the comments. Oh, yo, Drake got a song. Hold up, yo, hold on. Drake got a song where in the song he says, I am. Yo, I was like, yo, maybe nobody else is catching any of these like Masonic references and a lot of the Bible references, but they're there. They're there. Just I guess people, they don't know what they. And it's funny that we got channels that they debate religion all the time, but they're missing when religion is number one in pop culture, right? This is what Tazariak and them should be debating. They should be talking about the pop culture's use of theology, right? The pop culture's use of theology to tap into the subconscious of the population. I'll say that again. The pop culture's use of theology to tap in to the population's mindset, control their emotions. Control the emotions, you got the mind. You ain't got to worry about the mind, you got the emotions, right? Remember, a penny for your thoughts, $1 for your emotion, but a song, $100 bill, $100 bill, right? $100 bill. So how many thoughts can you get from $100 bill, right? How many pennies can you get from $100 bill? How many pennies are in a $100 bill? That's how many thoughts you can get. That's how many thoughts that a song can provoke in someone's mind, just listening to it. Right? So there's a lot that we cooking. There's a lot that we got cooking, man. And I gotta still wrestle with, I still gotta wrestle with Kyle. Cause as I'm talking to y'all, Kyle is playing cool and all that, but he not really letting me off the hook. Every time I go live, Kyle is on me like, yo, where's the songs, bro? Where's the music? I hear what you're saying, but where's the music, brother? You doing a lot of talking, Doc. You ain't told me where the music is at yet. Yeah. Hey. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, where's the music, champ? You ain't told me where the music is yet. Here's the music. Again, for new people that's watching, maybe, we might have 1 or 2 new people watch. Here, we use music for the same purpose. So I'm not saying that like Drake is evil, wicked, whatever, because he's mastered using music no, that's the purpose of music. People that make you think that the purpose of music is other than controlling your emotions and thoughts are the people you have to worry about. That should be an instant red flag if somebody is trying to tell you that music is for something other than controlling emotions and thoughts. That's what music is for, right? Now, in your mind, if you have a very low understanding, you might think music is for sex, music is for dance. No, music is to control emotions and thoughts. A part of that could be to make you dance, or I can make you dance as a way to prove that I got control over you. I want you to understand and hear what I'm saying. I can make you dance because remember, you can hear a song, right? That's how powerful music is. Music makes you act without your consent. Right? You could hear a song and all of a sudden your head could start going like that, right? Or your foot could start moving, right? Or you could hear a song and immediately get chills and goosebumps and your hair on your neck stand up and all that, right? So music can take over aspects of your biology and biochemistry and cause things to happen. They don't require your conscious permission. Do you understand? So if I understand this, right, I can use music, right? I can use music in a way to show somebody that maybe I'm trying to sell, right? I'm trying to sell this. So I can show my control over you by involuntary movement. And that's what a hit song is supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? It's a song that immediately hits and takes over the nervous system for that 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, it transports you to this place. So it can take you to a dark, depressing place. It can take you to a happy place, a motivational place. It can take you anywhere, right? They even use abstract sounds, which would be the opposite of music. It would be like noise, chaotic noise, and you can torture somebody and kill them with it. They even have weapons that you can use sound to, like, so there's a wide range of application for acoustics or mechanical waves. We just look at harmonious, groups of, waves, acoustic or mechanical waves as, music, but just understand that's what we're dealing with still. When we talk about music, we're talking about traveling waves, standing waves. We haven't moved. We're using a lot of terms. And again, because we haven't had a live in so long, we talk about a lot of stuff, right? But I want you to just be able to understand, like, no, but this is this. Like, this is this. Don't get it twisted. Even if we're saying music is about traveling and standing waves. It is a particular group and behavior that you ascribe to traveling and standing waves, right? Right. Harmony of a specific wavelength, right? Because it has to be in our audible space, but harmony, right? And that comes to ratio, right? So this is where a big link between masonry will come in, right? Masonry and music and biology, right? Because when we get to masonry, right, and we went through the beginning of masonry, right, how the royal families of today were, before they were poor, and they stole masonry. Euclid stole masonry, right? Geometry, the good old science, called it masonry, right? So we have geometry. Geometry is what creates music, right? So notice, again, when we talk masonry, these are two of the main studies that you need to master, or at least learn to some degree, in order for you to become a master mason, right? We talked in many times about the trivium and the quadrivium, right? So the trivium is elementary school grammar. That's the basic stuff. You got to learn how to think, read, write, speak, formulate your thoughts. Then higher school, right? Higher school is the quadrivium, right? Now that you know how to write and put your thoughts together and listen and learn, now you can go into arithmetic. You can go into music. You can go into geometry, and you can go into astronomy, right? So when you're looking at music, right, that is geometry applied to sound, right? When you're looking at music in the studio, right? In the studio, when you finish your end product, you're going to get the selection of what? An MP3 or a wave file, right? A wave file, right? The wave file is the large file. It has all the information to your song as one sound, right? One wave, right? An MP3 is basically a snapshot at the surface level of that wave, right? Like, think of an ocean. You see a wave, there's the top of the water on top, but that wave and that movement goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. A wave file has all that movement to the bottom of the ocean. The MP3 is just the top of the water, right? But that's all you need for a decent sound and whatever the case may be, unless you're doing like music. But anyway, how individual, unique acoustic waves or mechanical waves and sounds come together is geometry, right? It's not geometry like what you're used to, but it's geometry in terms of ma'at, right? Ma'at, or what we would call today ratio, right? Right? So that's where the geometry comes from, right? And you have the geometry in a variety of ways, right? You have ratios of sound, volume, pitch trebles. You have sound in relationship to speed of loops, how things return. You can move things off center, change your sound envelope. So there's a lot to music, which is geometry, right? And the same thing can be said for the understanding of life, right? Because when we're dealing with what we once called the atom, now we know that this operates, right? These valences, right? These valences in the atom operate very much like a musical instrument, right? Because we have photons which come down and hit, and these valences of electrons, these electron clouds, they vibrate like strings. And when they vibrate like strings, they produce a sound. That sound they produce is not, they don't produce a sound, but they produce light. And that light that they produce is how each individual atom is identified. So there's a musical aspect of everything. And when we talk about geometry of individual sounds creating music, it is the same thing when we talk about individual atoms creating compounds and molecules. And those compounds and molecules being able to find stability long enough for, you know, complex cells, tissues, and whole bodies, and right, complex life, right? But the secret at the root of all this is that secret of music. Is that secret of music is that we're talking about vibration, right? That vibration is, it goes back to a cymatic space, but cymatic is just people get excited about cymatics because people get excited about any type of science that's removed from morality. So because cymatics is a part of the theological treasure trove that we got from our ancestors, but it removed, you don't have to deal with all that. You could just deal with cymatic, like the science of sound all by itself, right? But the science of sound has never been divorced from divinity. So the Bible says God created with the word, right? With the word, with sound, right? Sound is the tool, vibration, the mechanical wave, right? The mechanical wave you're talking about, because what you're talking about is energy traveling through a medium. That's what mechanical waves are. So it's the same thing in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, right? Breathing the breath of life into just matter, dead matter. The breath of life is coming into it, right? So you have matter, and you're now putting energy to start moving through that matter, and now it's coming alive. Well, that's the same thing as a sound wave in and of itself. A sound wave is literally energy traveling through a physical medium. So energy moving through a medium, right? That's what, you know, that whole concept of the word and the conversion, but it's also the breath, because a word combines those two things, right? The breath as well as vibration into one thing, right? So anyway, you know, I zone out sometime and go on a tangent. So I appreciate you. The preacher Kenneth Hagin. I'm gonna check out Kenneth Hagin. Yeah, see, but they don't know he on to something. He on something. They laughing, but see, that's also in the Bible too. My people die for lack of knowledge, not because, you know, like it's because they reject. How's it go? My people die for lack of knowledge, something because they reject the knowledge. So basically, it's people is not dying for lack of knowledge because they don't have the ability to get it. is because they haven't acquired it. And some people that have acquired knowledge, they have it in their possession, they haven't started moving based on the knowledge they have in their possession yet. So they're just letting like their life go away, where every minute is not accounted for. If you understood life, you would account for every minute, and you would want to be as productive as possible every day. Because that's the number one regret that everybody has. They didn't do enough. Literally, they didn't do enough. You know what I'm saying? Like when my clock get punched, I'm gonna know I left it on the floor. Period. And I think that's the thing that most people do. If you could just focus on that, you'd be straight. Like, just know you left it on the floor. You know what I'm saying? You learn that from sports. You know, you don't feel bad when you lose a game if you know you did your best. Like you went in. Everything you thought you was like, yo, I should do this, I should do that. Like you did all that. And it may not have panned out. So you know you did your thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I seen Ray J the other night. I'm not the only one that seen Ray J. Come on, man. This is why we gotta have this Tuesday night, because y'all acting like I'm the only one seeing what happened to Ray J the other night. See, listen, Ray J was upset after that fight because he felt like he didn't get a chance to leave it all on the floor, because him and the other guy had worked out a deal to rig the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we're going to throw the fight, throw a little fake fight, and we're going to bet, you know, we're going to split this bread. We're going to be straight. Well, they get in the ring, and homeboy decides he's not going to play with Ray J. He's not going to play with Ray J. He's going to knock Ray J unconscious. Ray J got knocked so... My heart, like, listen, Ray J is in my age group. But I felt like Ray J was one of my kids when I saw what happened to Ray J the other day. Like, my heart went out. Like, I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I knew that wasn't a part of what he had planned for that evening. Like, bruh, hold on. Because I was supposed to be putting on the song, and then I started blabbing off and got, but hold on, man. We gotta, you know what I mean? We gotta. It's people that's watching that don't know. It's people that's watching that don't know what happened, like what I'm talking about. So for the people that don't know, y'all know Ray J is Brandy's little brother, right? But Ray J is a man, grown man, and he's you know, he's got his own name and reputation, but Brandy's a little more popular. I don't know why he decided to go into this boxing. I told you why. He had a scam planned out where he was going, you know, scam up the money. But this guy right here tricked him. They were supposed to be, yeah, you see how they playing? This is the first round. They were supposed to be playing. And then somewhere along the line, hold on. Somewhere along the line, my man stopped playing. Let me see if we could find this right here. Yeah, somewhere along the line, he stopped playing, and this is what happened. Yeah, this right here is what happened. Oh, my goodness. There we go, right there. That's what had happened. That right there is what had happened. Yeah, this is what had happened. Bang! Bang! Oh, Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Look. Boom. Jesus, take the wheel. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. So Ray J and homeboy had a plan. They was gonna bust his bag down. You know what I'm saying? But I guess Ray J didn't understand his stardom, his level of celebrity. And so for a regular guy, you know, I don't know how much the money was. They were supposed to split or scammed up or whatever by rigging the fight. But for him, I guess the value of knocking Ray J out on TV, like, you know, so everybody could like, clout is a hell of a drug, you know what I'm saying? And that's a lot of, you know, he knocked out Ray J. For the rest of his life, he the guy that knocked out Ray J. For the rest of Ray J's life, you got knocked out by such and such. Like, that's gonna go in the Ray J house and all that. How Ray J gonna be like the man and dominant force in his house and all that? What is his woman? Ray J, come on now. You already know if he got a black woman, it's a wrap. That knockout right there just ruined his relationship. Whatever his relationship is he in right now, he's gonna break up with that woman. It's over. He can't. That relationship is unfixable. Because nothing he gonna say when she come back to him and say, "Oh, well, you wasn't saying all that when homeboy was punching you all in the face and all that." What are you gonna say after that? He got to get a whole new woman now because he can't get no sort of respect in his household. Period. At least not for 24 to 36 months. After that right there, 24 to 36 months. And then his kids got to deal with it. You know, they in school at the lunch, they reviewing, they replaying on their cell phone. Look at your daddy. You know, it's wild, bro. Yeah, that's crazy right there. Or he got offered an even bigger bag to, yeah, because that is a big moment for Adin Ross. That's a huge moment for Adin Ross to have Ray J knocked out on the joint. Like, it's crazy. That is crazy. I didn't think about that. He could have definitely got a bigger bag. You know what I'm saying? But this is what it is. They playing on the minds of the people, man. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, this is where we get to our concept, at least where we initially started with the music, right? I wanted to be able to talk about this a little bit. This is where we started with our, you know, not me, because those of y'all that have been with me long enough, y'all have heard my actual albums and mixed CDs over the years, depending on how long you've been around. The last album I did was a deal I had with Sony. And I put out that album 6 years ago. That's still up, and that's still like in iTunes and Spotify. And if you want to listen on any DSP or whatever, you could type in Dr. Inky, you know what I'm saying, and my album come up. But you know, I didn't do anything else with them because, like Drake and like many other artists, you know, like, and not to say that I'm up there with any, but I'm just saying, it was very difficult for me to find, like, I haven't made any money from that, even though I know I generated money because I got streams from YouTube and streams from all of the different places over the last 6 years. But I never got any money from it. You know what I'm saying? So it was just difficult. And so I know the guy, you know what I'm saying, and he's friends, like he's within the circle of my personal circle, you know what I'm saying? So I know I can find Rob and figure out how to get whatever, you know what I'm saying? But it's difficult. And it's difficult for me with a few $100 or a couple thousand. When I say thousand, if I'm saying thousand, I don't mean like thousand, like 40,000, 80,000, 200. I mean like, you know, like 1,500, 2,500. Yeah. So I'm supposed to get some high amount of hundreds or low amount of thousands after 6 years off of this, but I don't know how to get it or whatever the case may be. But it's out there. So yeah, I've done a bunch of stuff in the music space. But our latest, Dr. Pepper and the Beatles, right? Dr. Pepper and the Beatles came about because I was exploring, like, with the music, you know, the internet, being able to make full songs on the internet and all that, like, instead of like back in the 70s where the music changed because people could sample a sound, you know what I'm saying? Now you can sample a wider range. You can sample a verse, you can sample a hook, you can sample, you know, put a whole song together in your laptop. So for me, just finding something that the people enjoy that support me to give back for free was dope. But then also finding and understanding that music works on different parts of the brain. So I can study something in a book and learn it one way, but then I can listen to a song about the same material and I can learn that same material, but in another way, using other aspects of my brain. So it makes my memory like 10 times as strong because there's an emergent effect or there's an exponential effect. So it's not like 2 + 2 = 4 in this case, right? It's like 2 + 2 equaling like 12 or 24 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Or better case would be instead of 9 + 9 being 18, it's more like 9 × 9 being 81, right? Because there's a cumulative or multiplicative effect when you add studying a subject by books and then also combining that with music. So that was the focal point. And so obviously with the concept of God as music, right? I wanted to start in a place where obviously the information starts. And usually when you talk Kemet, it's Osiris, you know, it's Horus, it's, you know, but this story particularly, the music in Kemet is more centered around Hathor, right? The goddess of love in many instances and nurturing. And then Jehudi and Sheshat, right? And Jehudi being like letters and wisdom, his wife, his counterpart being like numbers and rhythm, right? Numbers and rhythm. And so where we started with the music was kind of in the pocket of understanding love, because we were talking about waves, you know, waves in the body, emotions, feelings, and all that kind of stuff. But we started with Jehudi and Sheshat coming together as a couple. We modernized it, of course, but Jehudi and Sheshat coming together as a couple to give birth to wisdom in the form of a book series, right? You see them with one book only, but when they drop off their baby to the daycare, you see that there's other books there mixed in, you know, so it's not just one book, right? But that was a concept where we started, and then obviously we went a lot of different places with the music since then.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all began. Your aura.
And then that's the other part is obviously Dr. Kepra, right? You know, Dr. Kepra singing the lyrics, you know, that's the lyricist. That's what we try to bring in this first video. We bring in the gods, right? So we got Kepra, we got Jehudi. If you see in this scene right here, we bring in Shu, right? Shu is the lion right here. So we bring in Shu. Do we bring anybody else in this video? I think it's just, yes, I think it's just Kepra, yeah, Jehudi, Sheshat, and Shu. So we got the gods in the building. We're telling the story, but we're using the gods. And so now we're adding another component to the learning process, right? Because beyond the music, now I could put visuals and tell some more stories about relationships, right? Because a relationship is a ratio, right? It's a series of ratios, right? Relationship two, right?
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no the sky. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Your voice is...
Okay, I forgot. So we got the Kamenu. We got the Kamenu in the building, right? We got the Kamenu in the building. I forgot. We got the Kamenu, aka the Ogdo. We got the Ogdo in there as well. So we got Jehudi, Shashat. We got Kepra. We got the transformative beetle. We got Shu. We got Kemen in the building, right? We got Kemen in the building.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton.
Now, the whole concept of this song and what I'm showing here, right? So I have the two forces, right? So you got the energy of the red and the blue. Now, the energy of the red and the blue, which interesting, Michael Jackson used and then Drake grabbed for the signage for the whole Iceman. But so the energy of the red and the blue also is science, right? That's the Doppler effect, right? And not only is that that red and the blue concept in the Doppler effect, but it's also in your blood, right? So when your blood is oxygenated, which means that it is in its diamagnetic state, that is the red, right? You get the blues and the purples coming in after the blood is becoming deoxygenated and paramagnetic, right? So with the Doppler effect, you're dealing with energy moving towards you and energy moving away from you, right? So you have these concepts of red and blue in terms of actual science. So we used it to describe the affinity for an electron and a proton. And what we're talking about, and we discuss it in the books, right? More so in the previous books where you go get like I said, the books are the food, the songs are the vitamin. The first book out of that series, remember, is not on Amazon. You're not going to be able to find it on Amazon. That book is exclusively at Barnes and Nobles, right? But we're talking about the relationship of an electron and a proton, because people have chemistry, right? People have chemistry, and so atoms also have chemistry. So there's already an analogy that's already pre-laid that I didn't have to do any work or to I don't have to do any work to make these metaphors, right? So it's easy for entendres in that pocket because it's already laid out. Chemistry is already the science thing, but it's also the relationship thing. That's already like low-hanging fruit, right? But maybe it's because biological chemistry, it determines people chemistry, right? And we get to that space where we talk about the neurochemistry and biochemistry behind feelings and the translation between thoughts and emotions and all that kind of stuff. All that's in the books, right? So anyway, here what we're talking about is that relationship, because the whole entire universe as we know it is based on this relationship of electrons and protons. And even talking about jealousy in relationships and poly and, you know, and all those kind of concepts, it's kind of like you can have little interesting conversations there, you know, because if the proton was insecure, there would be no world, right? Because electrons leave protons all the time. They leave protons and go to another atom. You know what I'm saying? So it's a rich space for creating pictures in your mind to help you learn faster and really get to understand it. So that's what this is. This is just an electron and a proton right here coming together in their interaction. And that electron and a proton together, a single electron and a single proton, represent hydrogen, the hydrogen atom.
I see a spirit in your eye. No lies, no disguise. Your touch sends shivers down my spine. I'm caught, I'm locked, I'm lost in time. Sparks jumping off your skin. This is where it all begins. Your aura's electric, your pull magnetic. I'm drawn, I'm gone. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Pull to you like planets to the sun. This is cosmic. This is real. You're the force I can't conceal. I love you like a proton. Love's an electron. Your voice, it tickles my puzzle. No tricks, no force I can't conceal. I love you.
All right, so real quick, you're going to see the proton and the electron, they doing their thing mixing, right? And you see the electrostatic between the two of them, right? You see the electric energy between the two of them exchanging, right? And then from there, you see the spark happen really quickly at the bottom of the heart, right here. Look at the bottom. You'll see the spark, boom. And then that spark takes you here to the Kamenu, right? So what I was doing with the visual is taking us back in time. So the electron and proton visual is in the cosmos, you know, in the cosmos before we have anything, you know, physical, right? And then going back before hydrogen, we get here to this space, right? And this is where we get to quantum field theory. So we were, that's what pictures allow you to do. You could teach or talk or have multiple level discussion at one time, right? So as we're talking about atoms and relationships and girlfriend and boyfriend and husband and wife and making a kid and books and wisdom, we're also talking about, you know, biochemistry and quantum mechanics, right? Because when you get to electrons and protons, you leave physics and you get to quantum mechanics. Well, once you go past electrons and protons, you get to quantum field theory, right? And quantum field theory is where the emergence of what we call atoms comes from. So that's that space. And so our ancestors kind of handled that with the Kamenu, whereas modern science, we have quantum field theory, but it's the same exact thing. You still have like the 8 vectors, the one expression of which becomes the original first particles or whatever. We attribute that to hydrogen, right? So we're showing that moment in the visuals, right? But with the Netchers, right? But with the Netchers. And then obviously the quantum field collapses into the expression of Kepler, who is going to transform that energy of the original atom, hydrogen, into a star, right? Your home star, the sun, Re, Ra, Atum, right?
Your voice, it tickles my puzzle. No tricks, no slide, no placebo.
And obviously, Kepra's a rock star for giving us the sun, right?
When I'm tunneling through the night, your gravity feels so. I see a spirit in your eye.
So we start off right there with I see the spirit in your eyes. So immediately we already having an anatomical conversation about your eyes being a pigment extension of your brain and your nervous system. I'm gonna stopping the video so we can get through it.
I see a spirit in your eye.
The dad is not a monkey. I thought I just explained that. Hold on. The dad is not a monkey. So Dewey, you must not really be familiar with Kemet, and that's cool. That is cool. Let's just share this. Let's learn. That's what we're here doing. So here's Jehudi, the god of wisdom. And most people are familiar with Jehudi as the ibis bird, right? So this is one of his animal forms, right? So the deities, the Netchers in Kemet, they had animal forms, most of them. The goddess Seshat, which is Jehudi's wife, the black lady, she doesn't have an animal form. The only time you see her, like the only thing close to animal form for Seshat is that she wore the leopard skin. Other than that, she's always a black woman with the leopard skin on, right? But that's because through rhythm, through timing, through number, through sequence, they were trying to communicate that the emergent property of the human mind, which emerges via number and music, right? Math and music are hardwired to your nervous system. That emerges, right, from your physical property, right? It's an emergent property. That's what they were communicating. So Seshat is the only one that I could think of really that doesn't have an animal form. Everybody else has an animal form. And so Jehudi has two of them, popular ones, right? It is the ibis bird, right? But it is also the baboon. So here goes one right here, right? Here goes one right here. This is Jehudi as the baboon. Let's see what else we got. I know if I type it in, more will pop up, but I just wanted to type in Jehudi's name to see what the popular search. So we do have this one right here with Jehudi, right? You see it says right here, Jehudi, Othoth, Hermes. This is what they're talking about. But now if I add to it baboon, then you will see a lot more depictions of Jehudi. So this is Jehudi right here. This is Jehudi, right? This is Jehudi, right? These are two aspects, right? Jehudi, especially when you see the sun, right? The solar disk, right? So that's why we have the quote unquote monkey. It's not why is the man a monkey? The man is not a monkey. That's Jehudi. Yeah, that's Jehudi and his wife Seshat. And in fact, hold up. Let me see if we can find Seshat while we over here. Okay, so yeah, this is Seshat. Whenever you see her, she has on the leopard skin outfit. Yeah, she's always gonna have that leopard skin outfit on. Right? That is her animal form. She wears it. She always has the leopard skin on. So that's Shashat, right? So it's not like I'm changing anything. That's how that is her animal form. Her animal form is her outfit, which is something else that's interesting about women. I'll just let y'all deal with that. Her animal form is her outfit. It's crazy, right? But that's Jehudi and that's Shashat, right? And they're coming together and they're giving birth to wisdom in form of book.
I see a spirit in your eye.
Now, hold on. I think we got the point on this song, because y'all can go back and break this song down more on your own, right? Y'all can go back and break that down more on your own, and we'll get into that. But the Kamenu part with the quantum field theory, right? So the quantum field theory piece with the Kamenu is an important piece too. So when I did the debate, so we started when I was debating Unk, but then later, like I said, with Hotep Jesus' girlfriend Jabari, when I debated him, I came with more of the quantum field theory approach. And by then, people were starting to get familiar with what we were doing in terms of using the songs to put the science in it, right? So this song right here was pretty much all based on the laws of thermodynamics and quantum field theory.
Melanie first diabetes. We here. Time to make magic, baby.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos could.
Now, sand is made out of like silica crystals. So silica crystals are the things that we make microchips and motherboards out of for our laptops, right? So just so we, rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. I'm talking about traveling waves through silicone crystals and all that. I just want y'all to,
Melanie first diabetes. We here. Time to make magic, baby.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise. A wave becomes a particle, the sphere holds the flame. Disorder bursts the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name, Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay.
So when we circle back around, right? When we circle back around, for me, it's exciting. For me, it's exciting when we get around to the science pocket. And we get into the science pocket and we get to these. And we talk about these at length. In the books. We talk about these guys at length. It's called CRE. CRE. All right, so we're gonna take our Drake info down for a second. We might put it back up, depending on how the time flies. All right. So I had so many random things I wanted to talk to y'all. I had so many crazy random things. Like, yo, hold up. Let me ask y'all this question. Now that y'all listening, right? Think about this. Now we know what happened, right? When we look back at the Iceman beef, right? Think about this. Nobody really thought about this because it might only exist in my mind, right? But think about this. J. Cole is the one whose lyrics started the beef with Kendrick. When Kendrick did his initial verse with Future and them, he was responding to J. Cole talking about the big three. Then J. Cole talks to them and then he ducks out the beef and now it's just Kendrick versus Drake. And then they get pictures with J. Cole is out there in the West Coast with Kendrick and all them in the studio and all that. For me, it becomes interesting when I find out that he has a hyphenated middle name, right? So it's Kendrick Lamar and then it's Jermaine Lamar, right? Because that's J. Cole's actual name. It's Jermaine Lamar Cole, right? So Kendrick Lamar and Jermaine Lamar. That's why I got to not. Anyway, let me stick to the science. Because, anyway. So here's, let me stick to the science. Yeah, this I know this, right? This is a very important concept we're going to talk about a lot, right? C is for cis, right? R is for regulatory, right? And the E is for element, right? Cis regulatory elements, CREs. This is what the majority of our DNA is. The majority of our DNA is this. So when they saw that 3% of our DNA, they figured out for protein, the 97% of those junk DNA, of the 97%, 80% of that is made up of regulatory elements. So largely the bulk of our DNA is regulatory elements. And these regulatory elements function throughout the DNA. So this is where we get the understanding. Now, this is where this comes in, right? So when we look at DNA, right, we know that there's a sugar part, right? There's a sugar part of the DNA, right? And we know there's a phosphate part, right? We know there's a sugar part and a phosphate part. And then we know that we have this classic lattice structure, right? It's twisted, but we have a classic lattice structure where we have repeating segments, right? Which gives you what, right? You get a crystal lattice structure, right? So because of the structure and the material the DNA is made out of, the DNA is piezoelectric, right? And piezoelectric means that you have a substance, basically, listen, piezoelectric means you have a substance that can turn vibration into information. That's what piezoelectric materials do. They turn substances into information, right? So say for instance, if this marker was piezoelectric, me hitting it, right? Every time I hit it, there would be an electric discharge that would come out of it based on me applying pressure. Every time I apply pressure, right? Those are mechanical waves, acoustic waves. Those waves are going to be converted into electric signals. That is the foundation of our digital technology. Your laptops, your cell phones, all the ways that radio waves are distributed and received, music, video, everything, right? That comes from here. All of these things are in our body. The foundation of all these things are in our body. And not just in a conversation where we get to talk like, oh, black folks, this, that, and the other, or because that's not what we're doing at this point. This is people in general, right? Technology is coming from inside you, right? That's where inspiration comes from. It's moving through you, right? So our inventions, our advancements, all these elements are within us. This is the reason why music has such a powerful effect on your ability to learn. You know, you have sex, you know, you celebrate birthdays, you know, you make babies and raise babies, you die, you put funerals, everything has happened to a soundtrack, right? A soundtrack, track, right? Pattern, right? Circulation, cycle, right? Sound cycles, right? So this is that same thing that we talked about, even going back to the fat cell. So your body has an affinity for coupling sugar to phosphate, because this is where your body's able to produce light and information from. So this is why sugar and phosphate are always packaged together. Whether you're looking at your DNA, how your DNA is built from sugar and phosphate, or whether you're looking at glucose 6-phosphate in fatty cells, wrapped around your neurons and your nerves as the myelin sheath, right? Or the fats that are required for good conduction, right? Throughout your neurons and your nerves. You're going to keep seeing that combination. Yes. But there's a certain type of way of making glass that you're not making glass. There's a certain way of making glass where you're not making glass. You're making semiconductors. So glass is the throwaway. Glass is the mistake. When you're making glass, the same ways and tools that you use to make glass, you also can make semiconductors. And you need to know that because your body's made out of semiconductors. This is what the collagen is about. And your semiconductors wearing out is the reason why you feel old. Your semiconductors wearing out is the reason why you can't chase your kids when you get 40, 50, 60. Because the semiconductor material in the body is the collagen. And so in the body, we recognize what? Proline, glycine, I believe, and what? Hydroxyproline, right? Hydroxyproline, right? Those 3 amino acids is what gives you collagen, right? Collagen is your semiconductor material, right? So all of your electric material has to interface with semiconductors in your body in order for them to work. Everything electric has to interface with semiconductors. So if you look at skeletal muscle is wrapped. Like you have the actin, the myofibrils and all that, and you got mitochondria in there, like you got the popular stars of the show, but all of the structure in there is provided by collagen. So everything is wrapped in and tied to semiconductive piezoelectric material. Collagen is piezoelectric as well, just like the DNA. So the vast majority of your body is made out of semiconductive material. This is music. This is material that converts music into electricity. This is how sound becomes information. I want you to understand that it's piezoelectricity, right? This is why we have books on piezoelectricity. That's what I'm saying. We were building to this level of understanding till we could get here. We are at the epitome of what it is that we are assembled for. This is like, Yeah, this is we up in here right now. Yeah, we up in here right now, man. This is when we get to the, you know what I mean? This is where we get to the get down, right? So CREs would be almost like a conductor, right, on spot. Because what happens is, in order for CREs to function as regulatory elements, they have to interface between all 6 running codes at once, right? And we go through the 6 levels of coding and all of that kind of stuff. We go through all that stuff. And we're going to go through that in the lives. We're going to go through that in the lives. We're just introducing it now, getting people acclimated into understanding what it is that we've been doing. Hopefully people have been, well, not hopefully, people for the most part have been patient with my absence, knowing that I'm studying, trying to get a little sharper. But as I'm trying to get a little bit sharper, I'm trying to get more crossover ready. Right? So that way, as people are being, our movement will be stable, right? Our movement will be stable. But this is very important because God is music. This is the point where music is translated. So what I'm saying is even when we have something that may not sound scientific to you, depending on your background, like a concept like God is music, for us, right, what we do here, the Church of Winning There for Christ, like what we do, everything is science. So even if it's a wild claim that you may not be like, what is he saying? I'm going to walk you down. And you may not agree with me still, but you at least understand where it is that I'm coming from or where we're coming from, right? So we can show beyond any stretch of the imagination in any setting, these scientific underpinnings of what we're talking about. And so as you go through the books, from volume 1 to 5 to 8, 9, 10, 15, as you're moving through the volumes, you'll notice that the spirit code is growing in the books. So the spirit code is actually a real code. It's not like so the code is actually growing as you're reading the books. So when the way the books are designed is so you to feel like you are building the code. Because the code is you, it's individual, right? So as you read through the books, the code is getting larger and larger and larger and larger. And there's a certain space where, like somewhere around between 15 and 18, we've built out the code. And now we're getting into how it works, how the spirit code works, how all of these different levels of energy and structural architecture work together. And in order to do that, we really had to spend time, which y'all saw me do also, right? We spent 18 months, 24 months converting every single cell and tissue in the body into electronic components, right? So we did the whole anatomy, electric components, right? So now we're able to go beyond that and really talk about the connections and how everything works, right? So we've been building through the series from 1 to wherever you are, but then also the larger series, which is the 200 some odd books that we have out there, right? So this is where we're going. Just so we get a good understanding in terms of the spirit code. And I'll let me pull back up the book. So we can get back into some of this here. All right, so here's where we were. Okay, so it's about how electrons are organized. Organized electrons create fields of force. Forces we can see, but we can feel. We can't see, but we can feel, or can't feel, but we can see. The fields are beyond the basic level of perception our senses give us. For forces, we have to infer and deduce. In fact, this is where the answer to the number one question is buried and hidden from the profane. When does electron flow become life? The moment that the information and power form a closed loop, self-maintaining and internally regulated against entropy, right? So now, this is modern science. Modern science explains to us, right? The moment that electron flow becomes life is the moment that the information and power form a closed loop, a self-maintaining loop that can regulate its own entropy, right? So where do we have that? Where do we have that, right? Well, in Kemet, we know we had that here, right? Right? We had that here with what was it, right? I don't want to draw a terrible one because I'm a terrible drawer, right? Yeah, that's a horrible Ankh, right? That is terrible. That is a terrible Ankh right there. That look more like a blood tie than an Ankh, right? But that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll with this Ankh right here. Yo, it looked like the Scream ghost, right? Yeah, that's a terrible Ankh. Nah, chill. You gotta do better than that. You gotta do better than that. Come on. You do something. At least that's better, right? But so we had this closed loop, right? We had this closed loop with the staff, right, and arms, right? The staff and arms, right? And the interesting thing is we also have another motif of closed loop, right? We also have another motif of closed loop, which has translated really well into later on, right? Which is the horizon, right? The spirit, right? This is one of the more evolved parts of the spirit, though, which will be more like Ak or Aku space, somewhere in that pocket, right? But this is also the Shin, right? This is a terrible depiction of the Shin, but this is a Shin nonetheless, right? Because you had that, and then you had like the, you know what I'm saying? Like you had that, like, but we had that same motif twice where we have two loops representing family. The Shin would represent the royal family's bloodline, right? The unbreakable bloodline. And the Ankh would represent life in general, right? And you can almost just make you an Ankh by just adding a little stick onto the Shin, right? So science today tells us that life comes from electricity once we have a self-regulating closed loop system that can maintain itself, right? So do our ancestors, right? So there's not really a challenge there in terms of the theology against what modern science is telling us today, right? It's just a matter of us being able to, you know what I'm saying? I'm from the Bronx, you know what I'm saying? You know who's one of the classic pioneers in hip hop is Digging in the Crates, right? So that's a part of my blueprint, digging in the crates. You see what I'm saying? So we be digging in the crates to find, yeah, we be digging in the crates and all that. You see what I'm saying? So, but we have these concepts. Like I said, we discuss a lot of this in the book and we go in depth. What threshold separates chemistry from living systems? Recursion, resonance, and self-referral like echoes or splash lines of disturbed water. Music. The threshold is the emergence of a sustained chemiluminescent electrochemical gradient that is actively maintained by the system itself, right? It's very information dense, these books. So you could just read a paragraph or two and spend some time breaking it down, you know what I'm saying? Because everything is information packed. But when we're talking about chemistry from living systems, this is a debate science was having for a long time, especially like is DNA or viruses in general alive, or they are not alive until they get into the cell, kind of all of these conversations. But again, just to simplify, we're always talking about traveling waves, standing waves. We're talking about waves, right? Traveling waves, standing waves. Music, they describe waves, right? And in music, they describe waves, and you have your shapes. That's how the waves are described, right? When you get into music, remember, people forget about the wave, right? In the beginning was the wave. People forget about the wave, right? Right? You have your square, right? That's 360. Then you have your circle, which is 360. And we leave it there. But we forget that you also have this guy, right? You have your wave, right? And your wave is 360 because this is 180 and this is 180. And together, this side and this side equal 360, right? So all three of these, your square, your circle, and your wave, have a hidden relationship when it comes to geometry. So you have to remember, this is also Kemetic science. This is why, again, like we did, I think it's 88 books. We did an 88 book series on Kemetic naturopathy. If you haven't read any of those books, all of this is going to be like new information. But if you have, then you're a little bit more comfortable with the info, right? But this is where in Kemet, they had already laid this out, right? It just, we don't recognize everything, but they already laid this out, right? Because when you get to how the mind is visually depicted, right? The mnemonic, the motif, right? The teaching mechanism they used was the Eye of Heru, right? The Eye of Heru. I'm not going to even attempt to draw the Eye of Heru. My Eye of Heru will look crazy if I try to. Wait, if I try to draw Eye of Heru. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not going to do it to myself. I'm not even going to do it to myself. I'm not going to butcher the Eye of Heru for y'all entertainment. But the Eye of Heru, remember, the Eye of Heru starts the binary pattern of fractions, right? And not only does the Eye of Heru give you a map with binary coding, right? Because you go 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 32, 64. Like you use that same binary coding in those fractions in the Eye of Heru. But those fractions represent senses, right? Aspects of the unseen, aspects of your ability to be, to cognitively, you know, your cognitive spirit to manifest, your mind to function, right? So in Kemet, they already had fractions associated with cognitive function. And if you don't know any better, there's no relationship there. You just think that that's a thing that, you know, it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So you have the Eye of Heru here, right? You have the eye, right? Then you have the fractions, right? And so people aren't able to relate these, right? So you got the fractions, and then you have herbs. Herbs was in this picture. These three things is the surface level stuff that comes from the Eye of Heru. The Eye of Heru is giving you brain anatomy with the eye. The eye is an extension of the brain. The fractions is giving you ratio, right? But not only ratio, because it's giving you ratio of cognitive function, one against the other, but the cognitive function represents traveling wave, standing wave behavior, right? Then also remember, on the surface level, those fractions were used for the early prescriptions, right? So what are we learning from the three of these coming together out of the Aya Heru? We're learning that herbs can regulate or downregulate, upregulate or downregulate the energy moving through the body, the traveling waves moving through the body, right? So you get into the Heket, right? And the Heket is related to Hecate, right? Which is the Greek rendition of the goddess that was originally associated with the eye before it became the Aya Heru, right? So her name is kind of like frozen into the measurement with the fraction, right? But anyway, so we have these fractions, and those fractions are the same thing that translates to our 8, right? It translates to our 8, those fractions, right? Those fractions translate to our 8, right? Who is the 8? The 8 is the Agdod, right? The Agdod, right? Or the Kamenu, right? Agdod is the Greek rendition, right? There's always a Greek, the knockoff. It's cool, right? So you have the Kamenu, represents the 8 fundamental forces, right? But if you understand fundamental forces, if you understand forces in general, you can only work with them in the same way that we work with what? Sound. So when the Romans, right? So here's your information, right? Let me show you what happens to your ancestral knowledge. Now, your ancestral knowledge is now on Amazon in these books that we write, but before us, we didn't have this information because nobody put the time and the money into figuring all this stuff out. So this is what you have, right? You got your info in Kemet. So in Kemet, you have the Kamenu, right? Now, what does Kamenu mean? Kamenu are the black netchers, the black gods, right? So you have that Kem there, right? You have that Kem there. And the black gods obviously give birth to the black land, Kemet, and the people, right? Anyway, so this science, this quantum field theory, this science of energy, the unseen creating the seen, right? Greek folks get it from us, right? So the Kamenu becomes the Agdo. That's where the Kamenu comes from, right? Or that's where the Kamenu information has translated. So it starts in Kemet, and then it moves to Greece as the Agdo. Now, when Rome takes over from Greece, right, this Kamenu science, which then becomes the Agdo, watered down a little bit as the Agdo science, it gets watered down again by the Romans, and the Romans give us the octave. The Romans give us the octave. So we go from the Kamenu, which is the 8 forces that are interacting with each other to produce, our universe. The Greeks get that, and they change the name to the Agdo, right? And then the Romans get it, and they change it to octave. Octave comes from the Roman Emperor Octavius. He named the science of life after himself. So he would be written into the world's future. He wrote himself into the future so he could be immortal. So every time we say octave, we're saying the name of a Roman colonizer. So you don't even realize when y'all are talking about Drake is the music colonizer, but y'all running around saying the word octave, and y'all teaching octaves, and y'all like reading, writing music and all that, and musical theory. Musical theory is flooded with your colonizers' footprints, fingerprints, and everything else. Starting right here. starting right here, right? So you go from Kemet to Greece to Rome, right? Octavius. Right? You go right to Octavius. Let me see. I think it's Augustus. I think that's Augustus. I'm almost certain that that's Augustus. Let me see. Augustus Octavius. Am I correct here? There we go. Yep. Here you go. That's where the octave comes from. All right. So Kemet, then Greece, then Rome gets it. And obviously they ran the play. Everything important, they just named after themselves. Right. So understanding an aspect of spirituality, you know, where your ancestors are never considered to be dead as long as somebody is remembering them and calling their name, right? Remembering their face and calling their name, right? Now, again, that might be driven off the forbidden path or whatever the case may be. So some people believe in that, put stock in that. Some people don't. You don't have to for it to be a tradition, right? But this is where, again, all of your music centers around the octave, right? This is how music is understood, the octave, right? This is also how mechanical waves, right? Acoustic waves and electromagnetic waves are understood. And in music, you're actually using both electromagnetic waves to be converted into mechanical waves, right? And the mechanical waves where the sound is. And because it is piezoelectric, every part of your body is active with music. Every part of your body is active, which is even when we're judging speakers. When we judge speakers and we judge headphones, usually the thing that we're judging is the ability of the speaker and the headphone to convey the feeling. Because when we have low quality headphones and speakers, we can hear it, but we can't feel it. And we like, nah, hold on, let me turn this up. Or let me put this on my big speakers. Yeah, because you want to feel it. You want the sound to hit your body. You want your bones, the piezoelectric. Your bones are piezoelectric. Your collagen, piezoelectric. Your DNA, everything wants to wiggle and jiggle. Everything wants the sound. Your body's going to produce cytokines or myokines, depending on sound. So all of these things are vibration. Amino acids, proteins work based on vibration. It is movement. It is sound. When you have ATP being turned into energy, it is two primary forms of energy being released: kinetic energy and light. Right? Kinetic energy is mechanical energy in the middle space. That's what kinetic energy is. That's why there's really no way to clearly articulate what kinetic energy is. So they just leave it there, kinetic energy, because it is mechanical wave energy, right? But it's in the process of being transferred from one body to another. So like this chair right here, right? Chair has potential energy. It's not moving. Well, it is kind of moving, but now it's not moving. Potential energy. I'm going to come and transfer some kinetic energy, right? And when I hit it, the energy transfers from me into the chair and then moves the chair a little bit. And the movement of the chair dissipates the energy that I put into the chair, so it determines how far the chair goes. Right? So that transfer, that moment that my fields are repelled by the fields of the chair, there's a transference of energy. That momentum for me going forward is transferred from me to the chair, and the chair continues with that same energy, right? So this is what we're doing trying to say? Yeah. I'm glad y'all all staying up late. You know what? I'm gonna give y'all a gift. I got a gift for y'all. I don't know if y'all gonna enjoy it or not, but I got a gift for y'all. Whoever stays for another 42 minutes. If you stay for another 42 minutes, I got a gift for y'all. A gift that's gonna keep on giving. So I appreciate everybody who stayed so far. If y'all are not, I am enjoying myself. Right? I am enjoying myself. This is the show formerly known as Comedicine. Right? Because people are still hitting me up about Comedicine, and I don't know what's up with Comedicine. I think it's dead for good. You know, I think honestly that the show has been dead for a while. So that's where maybe it looks weird to some of the people who have been watching the last few months. I thank you guys at the same time as maybe apologize to you at the same time for it looking so messy and it just being like a breakup that probably should have happened a long time ago. You know, a lot of times when you break up in a relationship, y'all should have been broke up. But I think that's probably what the Comedicine is. Because Comedicine was a show. I pressed HJ. Let me say that. I pressed HJ for help getting the message out. You know, like, yo, let's do a show. You know what I'm saying? I want to do a show where I can do like, you know, teach my books, share my music, and, you know, do that. You know what I'm saying? And so we came up with the idea of Comedicine. And that's what we were doing the first few months. You know, it was teaching what's in the books. You know, we might play around with some music or some comedy a little bit, but we was focused on that. And then we came in with Tanai for a visit, and I was like, okay, Tanai is more on the science side, so he can help me to balance HJ's foolishness and sometimes the immaturity. So I was like, Tanai, you need to be a regular part of the show. You know what I'm saying? But somewhere along the lines, it wound up being like Tanai's show. So I don't know. It's all crazy. It's all crazy. You know what I'm saying? But the main content of Comedicine is me. So it's not like, you know, the main content of Comedicine is me. You know what I'm saying? The driving engine. So that all is still here. Right? So that's where we get the name for the new show, Tuesday, 8 p.m. Right? Tuesday, 8 p.m. Not 8 like the number 8. 8 like ATE, like 8. Tuesday, 8 p.m. So Tuesday, not like a day, because days don't eat. Tuesday, like a person, right? So you got to think, is there a person named Tuesday? Who could he be referring to as Tuesday? And who did Tuesday eat or destroy? That's PM. Who is Tuesday and who is PM? Right? Something for you to figure out. Something for you to figure out. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so Chase, you know what I'm saying? Chase is my fashion consultant on this. He's like, Dad, you know what I'm saying? You know, the inky gear is cool. But you know, this is what the YNs, you know what I'm saying? And I'm a YN. I'm a young natural. I'm a young natural. See what I'm saying? So I got to be in, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So anyway, as we get back to the science, right? There's a lot that we will go over and you can go over, those of you that have the books already. But there's a lot that you can pull out of these books as you take your time with them, right? So we talked about the threshold of where electricity becomes life, right? That loop, that's so important, that we created a couple loops in antiquity to establish, to be as traveling motifs or mnemonic devices for that information, right? We went into chemistry and then structure now, right? So how does structure transition into self-sustaining flow? Life begins when electron flow becomes organized into a membrane-bound system that uses energy to maintain its own electrochemical gradients over time. Structure provides the protected pathway with all the basic needs obtainable or created for in perpetual motion. Okay, so now some of the books that we hadn't really dived into deeply, that we were supposed to dive into deeply, like the protein book and the water book, right? We will be revisiting those because obviously the structure is important, right? The electrical nature of water and the electrical sensitivity added by salt is maybe one of the most overlooked aspects of your biochemistry in terms of electricity, which is the reason why people are very confused by sea salt, right? So sea salt remains to be one of those items that Scammy Davis Jr. Type of folks use to run their grift. That's the word, right? That's the grift, right? But just that alone is very impactful. The relationship of salts, right? What we know of as salt, right? Salt amplifies right? Amplifier. Salt is an amplifier for water's electrical sensitivity, right? Right? And when you're able to increase the electrical tension, right? When you're able to, so when you have electricity and the electricity is spread out through material, right? That's going to create an electrical tension in that material, right? And if the electricity goes too high, listen to what I'm telling you. If the electricity goes too high, right? What is something that's going too high? What is a word for that? What is a word for that? A word for something going too high, right? Here's the word for when something is going too high. It's called what? It's called hyper. Hyper, right? When you saturate a material with electricity, it creates tension. Listen now. When you saturate a material with electricity, you create tension. When you're doing too much, it is hyper. We know some people got hyperactive kids. Some people got hyperactive fans. Some people got hyperactive haters. Some people got hyperactive parents. Some people got hyperactive boyfriend, girlfriend, baby mama. You're doing too much, right? So there's a such a thing because, again, when you saturate a material with electricity, inside that material, you create tension because there's a limited amount of space for the electricity. There's a limited amount of space in a given material for electricity, right? So the more you load it up with, you can saturate the material and saturate the tension, right? So too much, right? Too much is hyper. Electrical saturation is tension. Well, guess what? One of the number one killers in the world is what? Hypertension. You see that? Hypertension. And what is hypertension? What is hypertension? What's the first thing the doctors tell you? Oh, you got to lower that salt, champ. You got to lower that salt. You got to stop eating salt. You got to lower that salt immediately. Why? Because the salt increases the electrical sensitivity of the water. And you clearly have hypertension, which means that you have too much electricity that hasn't dissipated already. You add more salt, you add more static electricity to the body, right? What is the thing that you know improves hypertension? Exercise. What does exercise do? It gets rid of all that electricity. All that excess electricity, you're allowed to discharge that in the flow of the body now. You're allowed to let the standing waves become traveling waves and dissipate that electricity throughout the body. So you lower the tension in the tissues. Okay. See, that's another level to the information. But that's in the books though. That's in the books. That's one of the main parts. Here, we'll go through. Let's go through some of this. Not the forward. Hold on. Is it the prologue? Okay. Yes. If you have any of these books, open up the prologue. Right? Let's read through the prologue in the book. Hypertension, aka hypervoltage. Remember, our English is roughly half Spanish and half German. In France, this would be more obvious. Right? Remember, I told y'all that Latin is the language of anatomy, right? Latin is the language of anatomy, right? Latin is the language of anatomy. Matter of fact, hold that thought. Let me see something real quick.
We here.
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise. A wave becomes a particle, the sphere holds the flame. Disorder bursts the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name, Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat
Hurry up with that.
The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing.
All right. So we go into the prologue. Hypertension, aka hypervoltage. Remember, our English is roughly half Spanish and half German. French, tension, arterial. Spanish, tension, arterial. Right? So literally, in French and Spanish, right? In French and Spanish coming out of the Latin, right? In French and Spanish coming out of the Latin, the actual term is tension, arterial, right? The arteries, right? Artery tension. Artery tension is literally how you say blood pressure. In Spanish and French, you know, they talk backwards, so it's not like ours. So it's blood, which is what the artery is, and then tension stands for pressure. So when you say blood pressure in French or Spanish, you're saying tension or tension arterial, right? With some sort of accent or whatever for the different in French and Spanish or whatever the case. But this is how that translates. So this is much more surface level understanding when you understand this. So that's why we talk about getting to the root or etymology of words, right? Because the root, right, pressure is translating to tension. But the root of tension is electric or voltage, right? Voltage. Right? So we're literally talking about electricity. We're literally talking about electricity, right? So anyway, blah, 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 blah. Understanding that the cardiovascular system is a highly structured and structuring electric field is the key to the hypertension mystery, right? As of right now, mainstream science says that there is no known, they don't know the cause of hypertension. There's no known cause of high blood pressure. I just gave you the actual literal science behind it, right? The reason why modern science has not announced anything similar yet is because they're still wrestling with how to package and present the unseen world to the people after for so long denying the unseen world, right? So it's very difficult to discuss anything that involves quantum mechanics, quantum spaces, or self-organizing energy without having a theological conversation and bringing the concept of God into it, which is where it gets very scary for some of these entities. Anyway, understanding that the cardiovascular system is a highly structured and structuring electric field is the key to the hypertension mystery. There is currently no known cause, but we may have stumbled onto it. No known cause and most times no visible symptoms. This means, according to Occam's razor, the cause is actually in the unseen. Many long-term conditions are classified as having an unknown primary cause, even if researchers have identified contributing factors. Type 1 diabetes, an autoimmune condition where the immune system destroys insulin-producing cells. The exact trigger for this attack is unknown. Rheumatoid arthritis. Experts do not know why the immune system begins attacking joint tissues, though it is believed to be a mix of genetics and environmental factors. Let me pause right here. What scammers do, Scammy Davis Jr. folks, the herbal hustlers, what they do is they will grab some information like what I'm giving you right now, and they will insert parasite, right? They'll go, oh, high blood pressure doesn't have a known thing. That's because there's a parasite, and that parasite does this. Or, yeah, oh, diabetes number 1. Yeah, it's unknown because there's a parasite that goes on your pancreas. Oh, multiple sclerosis is unknown. Yeah, that's because there's a parasite that goes on your neuron. And when it goes on your neuron, like, bro, first of all, there's no such thing as neuron. There's billions of neurons. And messing up 1 or 2 doesn't even stop that don't even stop the show. So if that was the case, nobody would even notice, right? But that's a way to scam and hustle, because it's much more difficult to spend your time with people and create a community of learning where people can really explore these concepts and learn what's happening inside their body, right? But multiple sclerosis, cause unknown. Parkinson's disease, about 90% of the cases are idiopathic, meaning they occur without a genetic or external cause. I want you to know that. Parkinson's disease, 90% of them are unexplained. Chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, Crohn's disease, low back pain. All right, now we have a whole book on the JED pillar, so we get deep into low back pain, right? But so all of these are considered idiopathic conditions, right? Idiopathic because it's not understood how or why this disease popped up. So we go through all this in the books, right? Because this is one of the primary things that we want to talk about is some of these illnesses, not all, right? But some of them, like hypertension, have their roots in electrical activity. And because electrical activity, again, starting in 1765 until just 200 years later, 1975, there's been no teaching about pigment in that way. There's been no teaching about collagen in that way, right? Because it's primarily collagen and pigment, right? Collagen and pigment that are forming this network in your body where all the electrical activity, the magnetic activity, and the luminous activity is taking place. And it's pigments, just to add this piece, and it may help somebody, it may not, but pigment is able to, it functions like it's piezoelectric. So pigment is kind of like it's piezoelectric, right? So piezoelectric means it absorbs mechanical waves and turns it into electricity, right? Many pigments have the ability to take light and turn it into electricity, right? Photovoltaic, right? Take a photon and convert that photon into an electron. Take a stream of photons and convert that into a stream of electrons, right? As long as your body can do that at a pace that does not overwhelm your immune system, your body can do that like all day, right? When the electricity begins when you're taking in more photons, producing electricity at a faster rate than your immune system can regulate, that's when you get DNA damage. But the DNA damage comes from the overstimulation of the piezoelectric activity in the DNA, right? So that's what's happening when you're getting sunburn and skin cancer and stuff like that. It's too much electricity. Your body's not able to convert that light into electricity fast enough. So sure, Black people can do it better than light-skinned folks. Light-skinned folks can do it better than our paler folks, right? And then you can add stuff to your skin, right? Which is where we kind of get into our stay wet conversations, which are coming, right? Because we start talking about TOOL, which is a big part of our conversation. TEWL, transepidermal water loss, right? TOOL, transepidermal water loss. And we refer to working tools as anything that helps us prevent transepidermal water loss, which is the loss of water throughout the day through our skin. And it's not about drinking more water. It's about your skin being able to stay wet. If your skin can stay wet, then you could build strong collagen, because the ability of your skin to stay wet keeps the collagen electrically active. Electrically active collagen is how you have a healthy population of osteoblasts and osteoclasts, because it is piezoelectric signals that's telling the osteoblasts and the osteoclasts when they work, right? So when there's a lack of piezoelectric signaling, that means that we're breaking down bone, right? And we're breaking down the bone, making the bone weaker and weaker and weaker, or thinner and thinner and thinner, until we find vibration, right? So when we find vibration, resonance in the bone, then your body stops breaking the bone down. It's like, okay, this is the right amount of bone we need to have for our everyday vibe, our everyday vibration, our everyday pressure that's put on our bones, right? Now, if we go to the gym or we start running or we start doing our 10,000 steps a day or whatever, as we start to put more pressure, right? We wake up and we do the morning exercise and we do our isometric, we do whatever. We start putting pressure on the bones, right? Then guess what? We got to go in the opposite direction, right? It's too much vibration. It's too weak, right? Think about what happens, right? When we do the morning light, right? Now, for y'all that don't know, morning light, when you wake up in the morning, you're supposed to do this part of our program, right? You squat down to however you can squat, right? And you just hold it. Now, what happens? After you start holding it for a while, all of a sudden, you're going to start to feeling your legs wobbly, and the longer you hold it, they're going to shake more. That's too much shaking, right? That's weakness. So that's telling the body build up a little bit more, right? Build up a little bit more, get that density there so we can get to where we can stabilize that weight and the shaking. And so the stronger you get, the longer you can go without your body getting wiggly, right? Because you're putting that pressure on there, right? So this is the natural way your body incorporates sound into, right? And this is one of the number one causes of death for people who actually survive, right? So if you come from the neighborhood, you didn't survive the cops, the stick-up kids, right? Baby daddies, baby mamas, all that. You done made it into your old age somehow, finally, and guess how you got killed? You fell down on the floor, and your bones were so weak that you done shattered a hip, or you done popped a pelvis, or and you dead. You done survived everything. You know how crazy that is? You done survived everything, and you fell down on the floor, and you died from falling down. Like, it's wild out here. You know what I'm saying? So those are the things that, in my mind, I grew up thinking about in a certain type of space, lifestyle, a lot of street culture, street guys, street people. So I saw people who would risk their lives, take lives to get money for this indefinite future, they're securing, only to find out by the time you done risked your life for 20, 30, 40 years, if the jails or the violence hasn't got you, you're almost dead because your health is gone, right? So all those sacrifices and risks you took is really stupid at that point when people die from falling down, because their bones is too weak, right? You didn't die from falling down on the ground because you like, think about all the things people go through to get taken up out of here because you fell on the ground. It's crazy. But a lot of our people do, because they don't understand this electric information. So this is why I'm saying all this stuff is important. So we really are pioneers. And a lot of these things, when I wrote that Kemetic meteorology book, that was a scary book. So I really need to put that down, because all kind of stuff start like being more present, like just little things, like wearing these colors. And then, like, boom, here go the Knicks at the championship. Knicks ain't been in the championship since I was born. Or win a championship anyway. And now here we go. We're back, getting ready to try to win one. And I think we could beat San Antonio. I don't think we could beat OKC. Because I don't know what's going on with the NBA, but they're not reading the room. Like, the jig is up. Everybody has figured it out. We noticed the NBA is rigged. We know how they doing it, controlling the pace with the refs. And they still haven't knocked it off. Like, everybody has, like, they still are like, so, yeah, the Knicks, I don't think they're mentally strong enough to deal with the refs' blatant cheating and this foolishness that, Shea Gill, you know what's going on over there. But I think they can match up well with the Spurs, and we can possibly win that. I think we can beat San Antonio. I like Wemby though, so it's a good championship for me. If the Knicks win, we win. You know what I'm saying? If the Spurs win, we win. I want LeBron to go to the Spurs. Yeah, I want LeBron to go to the Spurs because he never had that kind of coach. I was saying that, honestly, before Wemby's ascension. I was like, it'd be dope for LeBron to get a chance to play with Pop. This is before I even heard of Wemby, before Wemby got. I was like, yo, he need to play with Popovich one time. I would like to see that. LeBron has never had a really good classic, coach. He's created good coaches. Like he created Tyronn Lue's legacy and all these other coaches, but I would like to see him with a good coach. Like, you know what I'm saying? And now that they got Wemby and all this that's going on, it makes it even better for LeBron to go there. But yeah, so anyway, right? So this is what we're doing. And so when we're going through the books, right, all of the books are connected and they're all picking up where the last one left off. But the cover of the book is going to tell you exactly what the solution or solutions presented in the book, where they're going to lie closer towards, right? So when we get into pockets where we're discussing more herbs, food, protein, stuff like that, those are food as medicine books. When we're in the pocket where we're getting into exercise, those are metabolic disease training books. When we're, we have a featured book, we might make some more on sunlight, right? And just light in general, and how there's a whole system in your body dedicated to translating light into electricity and information. So we have that book. But then you move forward along, and we kind of started with the genomics, right? We started with genomics. And that's because I had to take a functional genomics class, right? And so I learned a lot of stuff in the functional genomics class that I was interested in sharing with the family, obviously, right? So we started in that space, but it's like people who may not be familiar with anything, and they'll be really excited with that. But as you get deeper into it, you're like, wait a minute, there's another part. There's another part, because we're talking about the information frozen already. When you're dealing with genes, you're dealing with memory, right? You're dealing with memory. You're dealing with records, right? Just like music, you're dealing with a record, right? A recording, right? Master recordings. Memory is records, right? When you're dealing with genes, genetics, DNA, you're dealing with records, right? You're dealing with recorded information, right? This is old information that your body uses for predictive modeling, right? Once your body records the information, now you got the information tucked, stored, and it can help your body for the future. Everything is a balancing act for the environment, the incoming relationship of you and the environment. As the environment changes, your body's going to tap back into that memory to make the physical, biochemical, electrochemical, chemiluminescent changes so that you can move through this environment and continue to do what? Continue to work. That's the purpose of life, working, right? Transforming energy from one form into another. And the way that you're able to attract attention to your ability to transform energy is talent, right? It's talent, true talent. True talent. You think we could beat the foolishness? Or see, the foolishness is plugged in. So I don't know if we could beat the foolishness, because that's a part of the script. Yo, I'm telling you, listen, me and Chase watched this movie. I swear to God, I'm so mad I don't know the name of this movie offhand. It was about the creation of the NBA and how the NBA started. And it was telling the story of the NBA, the ABA, and the Harlem Globetrotters, like that early era. The earliest era of basketball, Harlem Globetrotters, the ABA, and the NBA, and how they evolved into the NBA and today's NBA. And the thing that thing talks about that's not talked about anymore is that basketball originally was like reality TV show. It was semi-scripted. right? Because remember, you got a lot of racial tension at this time when basketball is being formed. So you can't even have black people publicly beating white folks at anything at this time. So in order to have good games, they had to script the game where they knew who was going to win in advance. They knew who was going to take the last shot, who was going to do this, that, and the other. And so it wasn't like scripted where every word and every movement, but it was like a basic, like this is how the game should go and this is how the game should end. And when the players, either from their talent, right? Because you can't always count on the shot going in, right? But either from their talent or because they're coming, your emotions, like testosterone kicking in and they just want to compete, the ref is there to make sure you go back along to the script. So if it looked like you ain't supposed to be scoring no baskets, but you keep scoring baskets, out of bounds, traveling, this one, that one. But now on the flip side, if you're supposed to be winning and you losing, well, now we're going to have to, foul. Like, foul? Nobody was even next to it. Foul. Tech. Now you shooting free throws and technical. So I'm just hoping that the NBA can get to a space where they but I understand it. It's like a $1 trillion. It's $1 billion per year. Overall, it's $1 trillion industry, but it's billions of dollars a year it generates. So, as an owner, you want that to be regulated. You don't necessarily want to be super gambling on every game, especially as the NBA has largely become a partner to the gambling or the mafia, like a public partner to the mafia, right? Because we know mafia has always controlled gambling, right? So as gambling houses are now allowed to take part in ownership and casinos are merging with stadiums and, sports TV shows now are sponsored by the gambling places. So every sports show, they telling you what to bet on. Hey, I'm done in a parlay. Giannis going to definitely get 10 rebounds. So bet on this and bet on that. Matter of fact, use this code and get a free $50 and tell them I sent you. What? So everybody is allowed to gamble on the game except for the player. And the players are the only ones that understand what's actually going on. But a part of obviously doing what they're doing is, beyond NDAs. It's not even just an NDA would be low level. They can't. That's. So anyway. So here's the thing. So you own one tonight. You own one tonight. I'm with you. I'm with you. Right. So here's the thing. Right. So you have a progression. Right. So in the 60s is where they finally nailed down the DNA. That's where you get Watts and Crick and all that. Right. But the thing is, I think it was Watts. Watts was a code breaker. He worked on radar and code breaking. Right. So that's what he bring to, figuring out the DNA. But that's waves, radio waves. And so anyway, that's a whole interesting part there. But that only gives us the 64, one code. But over time, constant exploration, whatever the case may be. And then you get to the ENCODE project. The ENCODE project is where stuff changed. So in the 60s, they figured out, we know how life works. It's the DNA. Boom, 64 codon, boom. And they was like, okay, this is going to lead to the cure of all diseases, blah, blah, blah. Never happened. It never even led to the cure of one disease, right? Because it's not the end all be all for how the body works. It's a good beginning, but it's not and it was completely wrong. And there's lots of science that has been generated from it that was completely wrong. That's still on the books, right? So here's the breakdown with the DNA. Right? Here's the breakdown with the DNA. Here's a lot of dumb folks on the internet that's teaching this foolishness, right? Because this is where the evolutionists, the Darwinists, all them people that say we the same as monkeys and all that, this is where they're getting this from. So in 1961, this is what they figured out. Right? They said this part over here, this is what we figured out. About 3% of the DNA. This is making proteins. Right? So the whole thing that we understood about DNA, from the 64 codons to RNA, transfer RNA, messenger RNA, endoplasmic reticulum, all of that kind of stuff, all that has to do with just 3% of the DNA that makes proteins. The other 97 or 97 point whatever, because this is more like 2% and some odd change, but the other 97, roughly 97% of the DNA, they didn't know what it was doing. So this is what became junk. Junk DNA in the States and black DNA in Europe. And in Europe, they was calling it black DNA. In the States, they were calling it junk DNA. The reason they called it black DNA in Europe, because they were talking about black, what is it, dark matter and dark energies. Oh, so they were interchanging this too. So they were calling it dark also. Dark DNA and black DNA, because they knew it was there, they saw it, but they didn't know what it was doing. Right? But they assumed it had an effect, but they couldn't find any. Right? So this is where it gets. So now, ENCODE comes along, which is a whole new project. ENCODE comes along, and what ENCODE does is ENCODE figures out this. Right? Now, previous to ENCODE, and they come along in the 2000s, right? Previous to ENCODE, this was a conversation about atheists and believers. Atheists tell you, oh yeah, we know what the DNA do already. It makes proteins. And our DNA is 99% the same as chimpanzees, or 97% the same as chimpanzees. That's a lie. We share 97% of this with the monkeys. We don't share 97% of our whole DNA. You understand? When they telling you our DNA matches monkeys or caterpillars or whatever, they're talking about this protein producing portion. And they're saying 97% of the protein producing portion is similar to chimpanzees or monkeys or worms or whatever the case may be, right? So that whole information had to throw out because the ENCODE project came. Because now the believers are saying this. Atheists are using this as evidence of evolution because they're saying, look, 97% of your DNA is junk. That's all the mistakes of God right there piling up where he got to keep making new versions and versions and versions. The believers are saying, you just don't know what this DNA does yet, but God doesn't make any mistakes, right? So it's not until the ENCODE project comes out and their scientific findings just so happen to verify the believers that God or the creative force or however we got here, there's no mistakes in the structure. We're dealing with a lot of user error, not constructive error, right? So that 97%, 80% of it now is known to be CREs, which are the regulatory aspects of the genetic material that is controlling this part. So this part is where fresh information is coming in from your lifestyle, your diet, your stress, your emotions, whatever. And through here, that is being funneled into this. Some of it as new permanent memory, right, for challenges in the future, and some of it as new ways to produce proteins for you to do whatever you need to do to, survive, be healthy, thrive, whatever. make a few dollars, make a sandwich, right? Have sex, watch Pornhub, whatever you're doing. Oh man, yo, Osborne is wild. My man said, "What's our present?" I forgot. 40 minutes went by fast. 40 minutes went by fast. Hold up, Osborne. Dad, you trying to really like hold me to it and all that? I done forgot the whole
Rolling through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding.
So this is the surprise. This is the surprise. This is the surprise right here that was waiting at midnight. The surprise at midnight is that we on iTunes right now. That's the surprise at midnight. We on Apple Music and iTunes right now. So right now you can go grab the album. So when Kyle was saying earlier, yo, where is the music? Where is the music? The music has moved. The waves was traveling. The waves was traveling, right? So the waves done traveled. So we over here. We on iTunes. Are we on iTunes? Let me see if we're on iTunes. I'm not even sure. This is all happening right now in real time. So I just want to say that I may not fully know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to make sure I'm on the record by saying I may not fully know what I'm talking about. But I know that, the music is out there. Boom, it's on. Let me see. That's Apple Music. Now where's iTunes? Okay. Where's the iTunes? Okay, bam. Wait a minute. Can I share that though? Let me see if I can share that. Because that like disappeared off my iTunes. Well, I guess that goes together. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Here we go. Yeah, so this is how it looks on the joint. So this is what we've been working on, man. We've been working on the website. we've been working on, having this moment. You know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all, man, I've been working. No such thing as sitting still. You know what I'm saying? So the books is dropping, and now we're getting to a point where it's going to be even more cohesive, because we'll be able to drop the albums, which would be more structured. The albums will have 27 songs on them, right? Or at least as right now, the albums have 27 songs on them. I'm gonna leave it there. But we'll be able to drop, like an album. So like, for instance, let me show you this. Let's take a look at this real quick. Let's look at, let me see how this looks. No. Let's look at, okay, so when the next wave of books drops, you're going to see the cover is going to change. So that's another thing that you may have noticed, that the covers change, right? There's a basic format to the cover, but the covers change. So the cover also has information in these books, right? We're communicating with the covers of these books on greater and lesser like levels when we're dealing with the books. But in this pocket of books, I wanted to transition. So here's one of the covers where you see we start to change, right? But if you notice on the cover right here, you actually have a CD cover here. So this actual book cover is telling you what the next album that's going to drop is in advance, before the album even dropped, right? So we'll be able to use the books and the albums and things like that together. Yeah, but it's just for entertainment. Oh, Tika says she done tuned into the music. So Tika got the music already playing from iTunes and Apple. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then as we continue though, we get deeper into the art. Right? We get deeper into the art, and we have some conversations, right? We have some conversations, like we have some covers that are exclusive, that have like a Basquiat a feel to them, because of Basquiat being a New Yorker, being a Haitian, and being a conscious teacher. And being alone out there, and having to experience as a conscious teacher, trying to fight against the man and the system, right? Also having to rely on the people within that system to help you to get your message out there, which is against the system, which is a whole crazy dynamic that we've always had in the activism space, right? The activist has always relied on the antithesis or the ops, so to speak, for help, right? We forget that the Underground Railroad is made out of white folks. So we get into these pockets where we want to get black militant or go against the man, the white man. We forget, right? It doesn't just go like that. So even like claiming Drake moms is white, like, nah, she Jewish, bro. Her encounters with her family's encounters with quote unquote the man and white folks is wilder than some of our encounters. Remember, we got trees, they got ovens. Drake may be blacker than everyone in the music industry, right? So we gotta keep this in mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, white is not like it's one group of people. You know what I'm saying? There's all kinds of folks. What do you mean? Irish, Jewish, German? Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot that we gotta really, But you know what I'm saying? We got the music, you know what I'm saying? And we have some exclusive covers coming. But again, you don't want to be out of the loop. You know what I'm saying? Like, because this right here is going to be, I think that what I just showed is the book cover for book volume 22. Volume 21 or volume 22? Hold on. This is volume. Yeah, I think we redid that other book cover. So that's volume 21, I believe, or volume 20, one of those two. Right? But we're going to get into that deeper. But that's why I had to wear my Basquiat watch today. This is a watch, a Basquiat watch. You know, Swatch did a tribute to Basquiat a couple years ago. You know, cheap, inexpensive. Not, I think I say cheap, but inexpensive. So, you know, you get in the game, get your official Basquiat work of art, you know, watch. I never, you know, who knows if I'll be able to buy an actual Basquiat picture, because they're now like $10 to $100 million or some more crazy prices. But I do hold, you know, special in my heart the fact that when Tony was in high school, she needed a dress. And we went to some place and we bought her a Basquiat dress. So I got a Basquiat dress and a Basquiat watch. So I supported my fellow Haitians' artwork. Right? But that's coming. You know, that's coming. That's coming. There's a lot of stuff coming. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, the podcast, like today's episode, Tuesday, 8 p.m., right? This ain't the first episode. The first episode we did last time. The first episode is available on podcast places. So like Spotify for podcasts and Apple Podcasts. Is it Apple Podcasts? Yeah, Apple Podcasts. Apple got a podcast thing and Spotify got a podcast thing. So our podcast will be broadcasting on the Apple and the Spotify, and our songs will be on iTunes and Apple Music and hopefully Spotify too. All right. So definitely hit the website. American Heal is still there. Working Tools is something new that we're working on. Working Tools is looking good. Working Tools is going to have some prices that you might like, some sales, some stuff like that's going to be going on in Working Tools. Also, Working Tools are going to have some products that you can't find on American Healer website, right? So, but I know we like what we like, so American Healer website's not going anywhere. Yeah, it's there. It's just going to be in the building, right? So we got a lot going on. Definitely hit the Cash App, support your brother. I appreciate everybody who's been supporting on the Patreon. None of this could be happening without the support from you guys. The book steady dropping, the music dropping, everything is on. I'm working. Whether you see me or not, I'm in slavery 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In fact, once I hit the end button on this live, I still have more work to do for another 2 to 3 hours. So I won't be going to sleep. Because these recipes all look crazy.
Yeah. And I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like, he's been, you know, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, you know, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and, you know, me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to, you know, a lot of information that, you know, I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Stalin, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah. Osborne, Politic, Kev, Brian, Amber, on your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lord be snipes on Christ. Nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a fight. So good it's almost a fight. nice like nobody else. Right in the fear, look, Paul top shelf. It's nothing new, you can tell me. I live off love, shout out to Helvy. I believe in God, it's really natchez. 20 years later, we're Philly natchez. 100 packs popping, studying detox, and live on YouTube, new books dropping. We yelling, add your game, 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 add your game. Osborne, and for Politica, Kev, I'm your speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ, nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Z still with us. Mun still with us. Tiff still with us. Hey, this what consistency get us. The golly, I'm in Robert Cardi. Hot one, we stylin'. It feel good to see Jamal Allen. Do it, Rashawn. Make me feel like LeBron. Hey, I'm telling you, chat, that's the topic. I see the life fiber optic. Lavin has got it. It's real. I give thanks for tuning in. It's soon to win. Make sure you're doing him. Oh yeah, make sure you're doing him. Make sure you're doing him. We yelling out your gang, 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 out your gang. Bars, and what? Yeah, boy. Well, Osborne, M4, Politica. Kev, Ride, Amber, you speaker. Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ, nobody else is this nice. So good it's almost a vibe. So good it's almost a vibe. Mark Hill and Jalen's, family, friends, they wanna see me make ends. Yeah, help me drop a bestseller. Recognized as a trendsetter. Through the stormy weather, still applying pressure. Yeah, blue magic netches, my bitters netches, my monthly detox getters. It's about waves we flowing. You already know where we going. Double back 100 packs from the ocean. They potent. Push up, peak, calisthenic cow. 60 and 60, getting busy. We got YouTube in a frenzy with no views. Me and my old crew in syndication. Off information, your veterans, veteran. Second season of medicine, time to talk bread again. Boom. Bars, wham, wham. Osborne, M4, Politica, yeah, Kev, Ride, Amber, I'm your speaker, Peyton, Andrew, you know the life. Kyle D, Lauren P. Snipes, on Christ, nobody else is this nice. Say, so good it's almost a vibe. Say, so good it's almost a vibe.
Let's go, man. You already know this for the family, man. Listen, and this is not for the Patreon family. Okay, this is not for the Patreon family. This is not for the book family. This is just a video for the live chat. All right, for the live chat. And I know for a certain fact that I done missed somebody's name, or I got your name, but I just couldn't fit it into a bar. You know what I'm saying? So don't think I forgot about you. You know what I'm saying? If you're not in the bar, Mike, it's not possible for me to miss Mike Carter, right? High Frequency TV, Inner Beauty, Steve, Regina, Smacknificent, Tyrese. You know what I'm saying? So it just, Bayot, Derek, DA, you know what I'm saying? Like, the whole Hotepistan, Jack, a.k.a. Viking Hotep. Jack, I almost forgot. Jack, I was trying to find what Viking Hotep. Anyway, moving forward. Supreme, 77 figures. Sam, Sauce, Ears to the Street. You know what I'm saying? King Lemuel. You know what I'm saying? Just the people that get in the chat. You know what I'm saying? This is really just for the chat. This is for the chat family. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy from Philly who likes to, you know what I'm saying, Black Hand and all, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So So this is just for the chat, because the chat feeds the energy that we need to keep teaching. So everybody owes the people that come into the chat a thank you. The Patreon family, the book family, the product family, you know, we have different families, but everybody, we feed off the energy from the chat. So we gotta thank the chat. You know what I'm saying? Even if you haven't sent in a super chat, just saying, you need to send a super chat. You need to hit that super chat or the Cash App or something. But even if you've never done any of that, but you show up into the chat and you just keep the chat going. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. My kids appreciate you. The Patreon people that never show up in the chat because they're too busy in their life, but they support on the back end and they watch all the videos on replay. They appreciate you because you help me to do what it is I do. So, you know, I just wanted to thank everybody that shows up in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Inner Beauty, you know what I mean? And everybody who shows up in the chat, you know what I'm saying? So if I missed your name, I apologize. But we definitely appreciate you. And you may need to show up in the chat more often.